1 year ago, a group of young people, including me, we were sitting randomly in some space just in the floor at COP. And we had this idea of, you know, children are there, young people are there, but we're just trying to find a space for ourselves to gather, to shine our energy and to say what we want to say. And today, after 6 months of work with 15 global and regional youth organizations, we were able to make this happen and welcome this space for all of us, which is today a home for our children and youth to engage, share our voice, unite, and be strongly present at COP. And in this situation, I am grateful for all the organizing team, including all the young people who have been helping this and making this happen. And the organizing team, as I said, has over 30 people from 15 global youth organizations. And I'm giving a shout out to our programs team. I don't know, whoever is there, please raise your hands. And I wanted to really give them some loud applauses. The logistics and the volunteers who are making this space happen, please raise your hands as well. Thank you all for making this happen. And of course, our amazing communication team who's did a great job with all the logos that you can see and making the pictures and covering the pavilion. Thank you also to the communication team and to also the Greenhouse agency who's with us as well. And we couldn't do that, of course, without the support of the high-level champions and the Children Investment Fund Foundation, CIF, who did really a great push of making this happen. And I'm really grateful for them to join in hands with young people to make this happen. So it's a great momentum, and we are advancing with this. And we would love to tell you more about the pavilion since it's happening.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Okay. So we have made an incredible program for all of you. We have sessions, and we have, I think, around 100 sessions over the whole 2 weeks. We're going to have these every single day as well. We have speakers coming in every day. We're even going to start this ceremony with some wonderful speakers right now as well. Really, really exciting. And also our session hosts and our speakers, they come from all over the world. And the thing is, why this is so beautiful is because it's a huge mix of experience and background. So some of them, it's their first time here at COP. Some of them, they've been coming here for years. And so that's why it's very, very mixed, and I think caters to pretty much everyone. The way we've done this program is we've assigned each day to a theme, and we have thematic days for each theme, and I hope every single one of you in this audience will resonate with one of the themes and have one that you find interesting. So today is actually our Climate Justice Day, Tuesday, and we're kicking off our pavilion with Climate Justice Day. Tomorrow, some of the days have 2 themes, but they're not linked. They're just because we didn't have enough time to give each one its own day. So tomorrow we have finance and health, and then each day we'll just have more and more, and you can find more of these on the website.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So for the program, we have every single day, we'll have a high-level speaker slot around midday. I think maybe 1 or 2 days, or on occasion, this might change a little bit because we have to be accommodating to different schedules. But anyway, that will be happening every day. The sessions and workshops will generally be 1 hour long, and they'll be like back-to-back, always in here, just constantly running. They're all hosted by youth, for youth, and so I really hope you enjoy them. Today, actually, we have some really exciting speakers, and I'm now going to pass to Saad to tell you a bit more about that and also explain what this pavilion, all of the different spaces.
Definitely. So talking more about the pavilion, and today specifically, we have, of course, this high-level opening ceremony, which is really key to starting this program on a very positive note. After that, we have a high-level dialogue with His Excellency, Mr. Selwyn Hart from the UN, and he's the advisor on climate change. So we'll be having this dialogue from 12 to 12:30, and we'll be also having a dialogue with Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Barbados, from 1:30 to 2:30. So that's also happening, and we will have networking sessions every day from 6 to 7 for us as young people to feel safe and engage and share with each other. this pavilion, as you can see, you are here in the conference room. We will have, as Serena said, over 100 sessions every day from 9 to 7. And we will have in the other side an open networking space for children to feel safe. For the first time, we have a space for children to feel safe and welcome, for young people to network and to meet with each other, for youth delegations to work, to co-working space and to engage. And we have meeting rooms, networking rooms, interactive arts and games and activities, all for you, so that you can feel safe all the time. And yeah, today we are going on with our opening ceremony, and let us introduce our speakers who are here with us today.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, and actually, just before I go on to this, I think it's okay. Okay. Okay, so anyway, to find, maybe do you mind just moving a little bit, and can you please calm down? This is in the middle of my ceremony. Okay, anyway, to find our program every day, somewhere here, there is a screen, and that will list it and list everything happening for the day, and then you can just see this. And also, we do have a website. It's childrenandyouthpavilion.info, right?
Yes.
And then you can just go on this, and the program is there as well. So, okay, I would now like to introduce our wonderful speakers. So we have the UNFCCC Deputy Executive Secretary, His Excellency Ovais Samad. We also have Faustina and Kate from CIF, who are our wonderful funders and partners. We also have Omnia, who I think a lot of you might know already, who is the COP27 Youth Envoy. So, without further ado, let's get started with this.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hear me?
No.
I need
Also, then who?
Hello? Yes. Very good morning to all of you, and welcome. Welcome to COP27. Just a brief introduction. My name is Ovais Samad. I'm the Deputy Executive Secretary of UNFCCC, and it's a great pleasure to be here.
Participate also today.
And to welcome
I want it.
People can
congratulate
who they go
here. This is the
access
first
accreditation.
pavilion for children and youth in the history of COPs.
It's not working?
People to be in and
Is your mic on?
Oh, yeah.
Where's your thing? Can I turn the mic on?
Can you hear me now? Okay, so once again, this is history in the making, because this is, as was said, the first pavilion for children and youth in the history of COPs. So congratulations to all of those who made this happen. In fact, if there was, I speak personally, if there was an award for the pavilions in this whole event, this would get that award as the best meaningful pavilion. I really mean this, because as children and youth, it's about your future. Climate change is all about, and this is what the governments, the civil society, the private sector, they come together. But youth and children are extremely important, and their participation, and as was said, to provide a safe and a respectful space at the COPs, that's our responsibility, and we take that very, very seriously. And we would like to engage with youth and children in a much more meaningful way, not just as participants, but as meaningful collaborators in shaping the decisions the politicians will be making in the future, for the future, about climate change. So this is extremely important, and in UNFCCC and as the custodians of the Paris Agreement, Article 12 of the Paris Agreement is very clear. It's about action for climate empowerment and the youth and children engagement, and starting with climate literacy, climate education, and communication. And when I say about what I say about communication is important. Communication that comes out of the COPs is usually very heavy, very dense, and sometimes is full of jargon. But what the youth and children can do is to bring out in a simple way what that means, what are we trying to do. In simple terms, is we need to stop abusing the natural resources of our planet and become more responsible. And that can only happen through deep transformational changes in the society. And I strongly believe children and the youth are the most powerful agents to do that. And I really would like to welcome all of you once again. And from the UN Climate Change Secretariat, we will do everything to make sure your contribution, your participation will be meaningful, will be regular, will be consistent, and we will listen to you and we will help convey your voices to the larger community who are in the decision-making seats in the geopolitical world. So once again, thank you very much to all of you. I wish you all the best for the success of this pavilion. It already is a success.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. And as we say in Africa, if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go together. And today, we are together as children and youth with UNFCCC, with different stakeholders, working together to advance with the climate justice and climate restoration agenda. Moving on and speaking about representing people who need to be represented. We are hundreds of young people today here, but we have so many friends, brothers and sisters in the local communities who are leading change and who aren't able to be here. And it's important for us to recognize their voice, especially the local and indigenous communities. And in this case, I would love to showcase the video of our friends from the global coalition of collective territories who are voicing the voices of children and youth from the indigenous communities and sharing their messages with us. So let us see the videos, everyone.
E nos dias atuais, ele está sendo desmatado, está sendo invadido nossos territórios. Precisamos, enquanto jovens, se adentrar, se engajar nessa luta. Então você, jovem, venha conosco fazer parte dessa luta, proteger nossos territórios, proteger nossos anciões, proteger nosso povo.
À tous, je suis Moïse Kotouak. Je travaille au sein du REPALEAC dans le département de la jeunesse. Ici, en République démocratique du Congo, dans les milieux ruraux, les forêts sont utilisées d'une manière abusive, caractérisée par la dégradation et la déforestation. Vu cette menace, la jeunesse autochtone s'est mobilisée en sensibilisant la communauté pour que cette dernière, ou soit la communauté, prenne conscience ou soit qui retourne aux anciennes habitudes qui contribuent a la lutte contre le changement climatique. Je vous remercie.
Hola, mi nombre es Yeli Castillo, soy mujer, joven e indígena Cunadule de la comarca Cunayala, aquí ubicado en Panamá, y formo parte del movimiento de la juventud de la MPB. Mi comunidad y de donde yo vengo está rodeado tanto de bosques como de mar. Tenemos con nuestra Mubili, que es nuestra mar, y nuestra Nalguana, nuestra madre tierra, es tan importante que es por esto que la practicamos y la cuidamos, ya que ellas nos dan alimento y nos dan un lugar donde vivir y que a ellas nosotros nos debemos. Actualmente, mi comarca Cunayala está afectado por el cambio climático y la pérdida de biodiversidad. El cambio climático se debe trabajar en conjunto porque no es un hecho aislado. No vivimos en tierras aisladas, sino vivimos en una sola madre tierra, el cual nos necesita y debe ser cuidado por todos.
My name is Philo Karunde, Indigenous youth from Minahasa. I am filmmaker. I'm a part of BPAN. Recently, there has been a lot of destruction of forests, historic sites, and spring in our indigenous territories. It was done by people who said they want to build a tourist spot. Ultimately, all of these affect to the destruction of our indigenous territory. Currently, together with the communities, we have documenting tradition and culture in Minahasa. We believe establishing practices can share knowledge about maintaining nature's harmony, and this can also be our advocacy media. With the spirit of homecoming movement, we invite all indigenous youth to be sensitive to indigenous people's rights, farming, preserving our mother tongue and traditional arts. Protecting traditional territories, not just for us now, but for our future generation. Indigenous youth, rise up, unite, and move to protect indigenous territories. Iyaya Tusanti!
Okay, this is so much better. Should I start again? Okay, let me just start again. Okay, so I am super excited to introduce our next speakers. So as my colleague Saad here mentioned at the beginning, CIF are our partners, and CIF is short for the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. And this pavilion would not have been possible without them, because they provided our funding and so much key support that has just made all of this happen. And so, yeah, I'm really happy to introduce them now. Two representatives who are going to speak now. So we have Kate Hampton, who is the CEO, and then we also have Faustina Finyam, who is the Executive Director for Africa for the organization. So please, take it away.
Hi there. I didn't realize two of us from CIF were speaking until I saw the agenda, so apologies for that. But Faustina's a lot more entertaining than I am. It's a huge privilege to support you. And let me just give you one piece of advice for the future of the Youth Pavilion, because this is only the first and it will keep going, and we will keep supporting you, and others will too. Don't let anyone brand you. Okay, like, we have not put our branding on as funders. Never, ever let anyone brand this pavilion. This is your pavilion. Keep it that way. You decide. Keep the branding away. So I was just going to give you a little bit of background, like, what am I doing here and who the hell is CIF? So we're a large philanthropic foundation, the largest focused on children in the world. We've got offices in London, Nairobi, Delhi, Beijing, and Addis. And half of our work is on climate change, the other half is on children's health issues and child protection issues. So this is why the safeguarding policy is everywhere. It's really important to us that this is a safe space, and particularly for minors. So go around and challenge people who are wandering around and encourage them to download the safeguarding policy. So my first environmental campaign I ran at the age of 11. I'm now 48. I have to say the youth environmental movement has come a long way. You're much more diverse, much more experienced, much better educated. There weren't even environmental degrees when I went to university. and you're much more effective. And it's so exciting. When I saw the first Fridays for Future March in Parliament Square in my hometown of London, I burst into tears because it was such a moving thing to see all of these young people taking public space and demanding change. And I had spent many, many years on my own organizing, recycling and demonstrating. And it's such a wonderful thing to see you all here and so stepping into your power. When I came to my first COP, it was COP5. 2020 was a long way away. We all talked about peaking global emissions in 2020, and it seemed like ages. It seemed like we had loads of time. And since then, I feel like I've been sitting in the back of a car that someone is driving off a cliff in slow motion. And it was obvious to me when I was 11. It was obvious to me when I was 18. It's obvious to me now. It was obvious when my children will be born, who will be my age in 2060. It's obvious that this is a crisis that requires urgent attention from everyone, and it is just moving too slowly. And your voices are so crucial. Your impatience, your restlessness is so crucial to make progress. And we haven't seen meaningful youth engagement in the UNFCCC or indeed in climate policy processes in any country yet. Meaningful youth engagement needs to be inclusive, it needs to be intentional, and it needs to be mutually respectful. Things are decided about children's futures without them being in the room every day. We should not have the design of policies and programs that affect you without you in the room. But don't just expect to be invited into the room, demand to be in the room. There are so many excluded communities around the world who don't have access to the decisions that affect them every day. As children who have the privilege to be here, because many of your cohort do not, you have a responsibility to bring as many voices into the room as possible. And as your adult allies, we will do our best to do that every day. Power needs to be shared. You need to be in the room. We need to do that job for you. And as somebody who was once a child advocate and a young advocate and who is now an ancient advocate and a mother of 2 little boys who I adore, it hits me like a bus every day that we are not making enough progress on this crisis. So please, if you need access to any decision makers, if you need advice on how to frame things, on what to do, please ask. There are a million people like me who are desperate to give you voice and work with you. So just ask. So many times when I was growing up, people said, you'll grow out of it, don't worry, you're just young, you'll become more realistic when you're older. It's not true. Just to give you one example, when I was in my 20s, I said to middle-aged white male electrical engineers that renewables were the future, and they were like, oh, they'll always be too expensive. You can never have more than 5% wind on the grid. They were wrong. I was right. By sheer force of will, because you're going to outlive everyone else who's in here, you will make the future. You will make impossible things happen. Do not take no for an answer. Keep going, and we will do our best to support you.
Wonderfully said, Kate. So, as the African on the panel, I'd like to welcome you all to my continent. Those who are not from this continent, welcome to Africa. Welcome, COP, to Africa. When you empower the youth and you give them the resources and you give them the space, magic happens. Have we not seen that today? And we'll see that for the next 2 weeks. Magic will happen in this space, and I'm really grateful for that. The Youth Pavilion has been a great collaboration, actually, between the youth of the Global South and the Global North, and we all should be really proud of how well the youth collaborate together to make sure we move this agenda forward. So thank you for doing that. And just like my colleague spoke earlier on, it's often the youth have been very tokenistic in these conversations, you know, put in the right place to say nice things, and then everyone claps and go, aren't they fantastic? That one youth. But collectively, the youth have not been seen. You have not been given space. And hopefully, like Kate says, this is not only just the first time we're going to do this, but this will now be a permanent feature in all COPs to come. And it's up to you to drive it, to make it better, hold all of us accountable, and make sure that you are integral part of the process, not just tokenistic part of the process. I mean, my only advice to the youth from Africa, you have your leaders here in this forum. Hold them accountable, not only for what they say now in these forums, but when you go back home, follow up with them. Make sure they are doing what they said they're going to do. Don't let them rest. Don't let them, you know, put this to the back burner until the next COP. We have to hold them accountable. CIF believes in empowering the youth, and we will keep on supporting you. And you are the leaders of, I mean, Kate talked to you about how at 11 she started her activism. Now look where Kate is sitting, with the decision makers, speaking to high level, working on policies, changing the world and so forth. I want to see all of you in those positions in future. Thank you so much for making this such a vibrant and well-organized pavilion, and we look forward to working with you further in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, usually when talking or describing the pavilion, people just randomly say, yeah, let's go to the youth pavilion. And I always correct, it is the children and youth pavilion. And we believe that children are an essential part of this conversation. We have provided safeguarding plans for children. We have provided a safe space for children, because this is where the energy, the inspiration, and the motivation starts. And we have with us today one of our panelists, a child activist. He's the UN Child Advisor, Mr. Francisco Javier Vara Manzanares, who is 13 years old, from Colombia. Thank you, gracias for joining us today, and we give you the floor.
Bueno, muchas gracias a ustedes. Es un gusto realmente estar justamente con ustedes.
Well, thank you so much to everyone. It is a pleasure to be with all of you here.
Y pues ante todo primero agradecer justamente este espacio, no solo para mí, sino para lo que implica este pabellón, ¿no? Lo que implica, es decir, la inclusión de los niños, las niñas y los adolescentes y los jóvenes.
Thank you so much for this space and also what it implies, which is the inclusion of children and youth.
Hoy en día pues tenemos un contexto, tenemos una situación que sabemos que es extremadamente preocupante. El mundo se debate pues entre la vida y la muerte, ¿no? Estamos en una crisis climática.
We are in a very tricky context where we are debating about life and death, and we are in a climate crisis.
El cambio climático y el calentamiento sin precedentes de la temperatura pues no conoce fronteras, no tiene límites básicamente.
Climate change and the global warming doesn't have any borders.
Y por supuesto tampoco tiene edad, no afecta digamos a una población en específico, pero no, en realidad sí, los principales afectados sí tenemos una edad específica y somos los niños, las niñas y los jóvenes.
And of course it also doesn't differentiate with age, it affects all of us, but actually who are most affected is us, the children and youth.
Por eso es tan importante que justamente se generen espacios en donde la voz y la representación de los niños sea incluida. Históricamente, además de menospreciar y de matar a la vida, de matar a la naturaleza y de matar a la madre tierra, también hemos asesinado y hemos matado a los niños. No hemos incluido su voz y los hemos callado, los hemos vuelto invisibilizados y los hemos llevado a los márgenes.
So we lose the voice of the youth. Historically, the youth have been killed, have been marginalized, haven't been visibilized, and we haven't had these spaces to speak.
Y justamente que los niños podamos ser incluidos en estos espacios es algo clave, porque además de ser justamente la población más vulnerable a la crisis climática, también tenemos una voz. De hecho, hoy acá mi camisa dice: somos los potentes ciudadanos de la hora. Los niños también somos sujetos políticos y tenemos una voz, somos ciudadanos que debemos ser incluidos así como cualquier otro, sin importar la edad.
So I believe that because of all of this, youth needs to be included. This is key. We are the most vulnerable people, but we also have a voice. We are, in my shirt, you can read that we are citizens of the world, and we are also political people, so we need to be included. The youth, we can be politicians.
Así que agradecemos justamente que se creen estos espacios y seguiremos buscando estos mismos espacios para que cada vez los niños que tenemos esa voz sea escuchada y sea incluida sustancial, significativamente en esta COP. Esta COP, la COP27 en el Sharm el Sheikh, es una oportunidad para seguir construyendo de manera transgeneracional, desde todas las generaciones, y para avanzar hacia una sociedad que cuide la vida y que incluya la voz de todos. Así que muchas gracias por escuchar la voz de los niños. Aún seguiremos haciendo ese esfuerzo porque los potentes ciudadanos de la hora seamos incluidos. Gracias.
So I really want to thank you all for these spaces. As the children, we're going to keep looking for these spaces so you can all hear our voices. We need to be inclusive, and we need to be inclusive in the COP also with the children and youth. And we hope that we can build something transgenerational where we include elders, children and youth. The society needs to include life, and we are life.
Gracias. Somos los potentes ciudadanos de la hora.
Can you hear me? Okay, this works. Sorry. I think this is better. I think it works. Okay, I think it works. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm standing right in front of you. But yeah, that was so wonderful to hear your perspectives. Actually, so now, you know, earlier we played this video for you. And actually, we did have a speaker with it, but they had some issues at the gate. But anyway, they're here now. And so I would just like to very quickly give the floor to a representative of the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities, just to say some words. And then we have something really fun to show you. But first, please, the floor is yours.
No te preocupes. Okay, so please give a big welcome to the first woman youth leader of the Mesoamerican Alliance of Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities, Nancedalia Ramírez Domínguez.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días, juventudes del mundo. Mi nombre es Nancedalia Ramírez Domínguez. Soy del Ejido Cordón Grande de México y estoy representando a la Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales y al Movimiento de Juventud.
Hi, youth and children of the world. My name is Nancedalia Ramírez Domínguez. I come from the Ejido Cordón Grande in Mexico. I'm here representing the youth and children from indigenous communities and local communities from 24 countries.
Nuestra organización representa 24 países de diferentes partes del mundo y estamos representando y protegiendo 950 millones de hectáreas de bosques tropicales.
We together, this global alliance, we protect more than 950 million hectares of tropical forest.
Estamos aquí en nombre de todas las juventudes. Hemos logrado solo venir una pequeña delegación de lo que es el movimiento de juventud. Sin embargo, nos respaldan miles de jóvenes que se encuentran en territorio, protegiendo los bosques, protegiendo el aire que respiramos todos.
I am here in the name of the youth. Only a very small delegation could come, so I want you to be aware that we have the youth and the children in the territories that are protecting the lungs of the earth that we are all breathing today.
Nos han colonizado. Les perdonamos.
You have colonized us. We forgive you.
Nos han quitado la mayor parte de los recursos que sustentan la vida en el planeta y a las comunidades. Les perdonamos.
You have taken from us all the natural resources that sustain planet Earth and the communities. We forgive you.
Vamos a llegar a un punto de no retorno, en un futuro muy próximo. Si el colonialismo extractivista continúa matando la vida en el planeta, si los derechos de los niños y los jóvenes siguen siendo violentados, no los vamos a perdonar.
Déjame leerlo. We are getting to a point of no return, to the tipping point in the very near future. If the extractivist colonialist keeps killing life of Mother Earth and our lives of the children and youth, if we are being violated and murdered, we are not going to forgive you anymore.
Hoy en el Día de la Justicia Climática, las juventudes estamos presentes. Las juventudes de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales nos hemos aliado con jóvenes activistas de todo el mundo, porque en esta lucha todas y todos somos necesarios.
So today, in the day, a special day of the climate justice, the youth and children, we are present. The youth and children for indigenous communities and local communities, we have done allies with activists from all over the world, because this fight is the fight of all of us. We are all needed.
Desde las juventudes de comunidades territoriales, les rogamos que escuchen a la ciencia.
From indigenous communities and local communities, we beg you, please listen to the science.
Tal vez seamos la última generación que pueda tomar realmente acción. Nosotros ya lo estamos haciendo en nuestro día a día, adaptando, mitigando y conservando la poca naturaleza que nos queda. ¿Y ustedes están tomando su responsabilidad?
¿Dónde era? We are maybe the last generation that can take action. As we are already doing it in our daily life, we are adapting, we are mitigating, we are preserving the little nature that we have left. And you guys, are you taking your responsibility?
¿Qué queremos?
Justicia climática. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Honestly, so powerful. What's going on? What's going on? Can you? Thank you. Can you please clear this space? Can everyone please respect what we're trying to do right now and keep it down? Okay, I think it's okay. Can you unlock? It's always so powerful for me as someone who entered the movement as a climate justice activist to hear these kind of words and to hear what the Indigenous representatives have to say. And so I can say, oh, I don't know where you've gone.
Can we bring that
Thank you.
from the networking space?
I'm not finished. And so now I did say I have something fun for all of you. So I would really love to present to you now El Wiley in collaboration with Community Jamil. So El Wiley is the stage name of the young music producer Kareem Gaber, born in Upper Egypt. And so in this performance, they will be exploring the intersection between the local environment, music, and youth. So please welcome them on stage.
have a few demands that we want to see happen. We want our world leaders to work together with us as natural partners to the climate agenda. We have our demands, but we also have our solutions. What we want to see this year is our political leaders to deliver on climate finance, especially for our children, to deliver on a finance recovery for loss and damage, to deliver on a good and a powerful mitigation work program, and most importantly, to deliver on a standardized quota for young civil society members and young negotiators to be part of official country delegations and speak on their behalf. So together as young people, we are achieving magic, we are achieving great things, but we really want our world leaders to do the same, to look at us as an example for urgency, for seriousness, and pragmatic action. And as a COP27 presidency, we are going to ensure, and this is a promise that I will make sure myself will happen, that your voices, your demands, and your solutions are integrated directly into the negotiation process for the first time. And right now, we are planning together with the youth constituency the first ever youth-led climate forum on November 10th. This means that we are having 2 roundtable discussions, not panels or sessions. We have invited and we have already the negotiators confirmed to sit on the same table with youth experts and youth representatives discussing the global youth statement that is representing the voices of millions of young people here at COP, but also in their own home countries on adaptation, mitigation, finance, loss and damage, you name it. And as the COP27 President Youth Envoy, I'm sincerely asking you to use me and let's work together, strategize, see how throughout the 2 weeks we can make a meaningful integration and mainstreaming of our demands and our voices to the world leaders and the policymakers. So finally, climate change is the greatest single threat to our health, and at the same time, it's the greatest priority to our people. And that is why we want to work together to make us the last generation to face the climate crisis. Thank you.
Right now, and it's so true because look at where we are right now, and we as the young people made this, and then also all of you in the audience as well. I already know you're going to be also making so much magic over the next 2 weeks, and you are already as well. And exactly as Omnia says, now we need to push for our decision makers, our negotiators to also do the same and follow in our footsteps. But so with that, this is now coming to the end of our ceremony, and I would like to pass over to my wonderful colleague Zihan, who's also from our programs team, to close the session.
Thank you so much, and thank you again to the speakers for all your wonderful interventions. Thank you for coming. This may be the end of the opening ceremony, but this is just the start of our climate journey. Colleagues, on behalf of the Children and Youth Pavilion Steering Committee, we want to thank you for all your support of the Pavilion. To make this possible, we know so much effort has been put in by all the working groups to make this happen. We want to express our gratitude for all the working groups for this, and we would also like to invite you for the next 10 days of exciting program lineup that we have. More than 50 sessions led for youth, by youth, and with youth. And in addition to that, every day at 12 noon, we will have a high-level speaking engagement, starting today with His Excellency Selwyn Hart, the Special Advisor to the Secretary General on Climate Action and Just Transition. He will be here today at 12 p.m. to give a speech, and on every other day of the Youth Pavilion, of the Children and Youth Pavilion, you will also see a high-level speaker to engage here with youth meaningfully. Colleagues, young people, we are the future of this planet, and we are the best hope for 1.5. If you look at the climate clock right now, you will see we have 6 years, 256 days, and 7 hours left to make 1.5 happen. So let's get this started. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so with that, we are happy to close the opening ceremony. And before moving to the next session who is waiting, let us all gather here to take a group children and youth pavilion picture with all of us. So let us all join here, and the cameraman will be there. So let us all gather here to take the picture. And let us sit, let us stay seated. Let us sit, and yeah, the cameramans will take the pictures there.
Maybe if you're on the side, come closer, like more into the middle. Yes, everyone, please come and join the photo. You're very welcome. This side. Everyone's already here, it's a bit easier. Would anyone else like to join our photo? Right. I think those of you on this side, come in a bit more if you want to be in. Because at the moment, this side is very low, this side is very high. Oh, this is looking nice now. Would any colleagues over here on this side like to join? You're very welcome. Hey, wait for me. Can I go here?
Yes. Okay, everyone smile. Okay, guys, yeah, let's do this. Woo! Thank you, everyone.
Wait.
Francisco. أمنية ما في فرانسيسكو لازم يتصور معنا. Okay, vale. Okay,
Take two, take two.
Francisco. Sorry, sit, Francisco. Okay, yeah. Quick one. 1, 2, 3.
Cheese.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you
the
so
next
much.
session-
The next session. The first ever session.
My friends, so the first ever session of the pavilion will start now at 11. The session name is The World's Biggest Problems Require the World's Highest Courts, a youth perspective on how intergenerational legal tools can achieve climate and ecological justice on behalf of Climate Justice Day, and it's by the Youth for Ecocide Law and World Youth for Climate Justice. So please have a seat, whoever wants to join the session, and let it start.
Also, if you had some coffee, please take the cups and put them in the bin. If you're currently standing in the middle, please leave, because we have a session now.
Lovely. Yeah. Let's make the panel happen. How many people do you have?
I'm one of the panelists.
Okay. From Libya. Okay. Get me people. Where is the... You're with them.
office. It's in the meeting room. Yeah, the green. What do you need?
Yes. Give it up for the first session ever of the Children and Youth Pavilion.
Is it on?
Is everyone here? Yeah.
We, Willie.
Okay, so I'm just gonna hold it like this, I think. Hello, everyone. It's such an honor to be here. Today, we're gonna have our first ever Youth Pavilion panel, which is gonna be an event on ecocide. So this is the world's biggest problem, which requires the world's biggest court. So we are waiting for one more speaker, and after that we'll get kicked off. But I think we can get kicked off, and if he comes, we can come around. Okay, so I'm gonna introduce myself, and then we can start with the panel. My name is Shia Bastida. I'm a climate justice activist from Mexico, and I've been in the climate space for about 3 years now. This is my third COP, and I'm so happy to see how much it has changed. It's so important for us to be at these spaces and for people to know that we're not just a symbol. We're not just a symbol of the injustice, of the generational injustice. We're not just a symbol of what's happening in our communities. We're also powerful, and we have voices, and we can affect the decisions that are happening in the negotiation rooms. And this panel right now is going to be a huge example of 2 avenues that we can take as an international community to criminalize ecocide, and also to make sure that it is brought into International Court of Justice, to ask for an advisory from the International Court of Justice to see what countries have to do for our human rights and the rights of nature. So Our last panelist is here, so we can officially start. So I'm going to give a little bit of background on ecocide so that everybody is on the same page. So ecocide is acts that threaten the widespread and long-term harm to nature. And we are, the aim is to put it in the International Criminal Court, the ICC. This international court deals with genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity. And the recognition of ecocide in the International Climate Court would be a huge step in indicating the relationship that human health has with the health of nature. The other quest right now is the legal advisory opinion on the responsibility that states have with respect to climate change in context to human rights. So this very wordy stuff, but it's basically the International Court of Justice, the ICJ, that is sometimes known as the World Court. You can ask an advisory from them. So countries can come and say, can you please give an advisory to our countries to see how we can deal with this human rights issue? This would put ecocide on the path towards being recognized as harming human rights, which is another huge step if we want to get ahead on the legal pathways towards protecting nature. And I think this is something that for me is very important, which is indigenous communities have always known that protecting nature is part of who we are. And using the legal system is a way of bridging indigenous wisdom with the more Western legal avenues of protecting people. So I think this is just the merging moment that we've all been waiting for, and it's finally happening. So we'll begin our discussion with the progress on the advisory opinion campaign. And for this, we are delighted to have with us Mert from the World's Youth for Climate Justice. Mert, woo! Yes, please give it up for Mert. He is a former UN Youth Representative on Human Rights and Security for the Netherlands and a campaigner for the World's Youth of Climate Justice. He combines his human rights background with a variety of climate-related themes. In his work and activism, he focuses specifically on human rights violations that take place due to the climate crisis. So please, Mert, the floor is yours, and please tell us how these are connected and give us a background.
Thank you so much, Xie, for this wonderful introduction. Thank you all, and it's a great honor to be here. One of the first actual panel and side event at the Children and Youth Pavilion. And I'm glad to be here with all of my friends from the Pacific and from World Youth for Climate Justice. You can see them with like the stickers on their backs and the shirts, so they will give you some merch and they'll explain everything to you. But indeed, like there's two campaigns. So Xie just said we have the International Court of Justice Advisory Opinion campaign. That's a campaign which we're currently trying to fight for. And it started out more than 3 years ago in the Pacific, when Pacific Island students came together and looked into ways on how to seek effective climate justice. And they got inspired by an attempt to seek this justice at the International Court of Justice, the world's highest court, to get an advisory opinion of that court. And when they tried and seeked, they saw that they couldn't themselves apply for an advisory opinion. Only member states can do that, UN member states. So I'm delighted to see that Willy from Vanuatu, the country that took on that leadership, is here to tell more about the campaign. And especially, yes, Vanuatu. Also applause for Vanuatu for sure. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to get an advice of the court to clarify the legal obligations that have emerged from the Paris Agreement. Because we all know how great it was back in 2015 when we had the Paris Agreement. It was the first time ever that countries came together and said, we're going to tackle this. 1.5 is still alive. And the only problem is that we have seen in the past years is that all of these member states have failed to effectively remedy these causes of the climate crisis. So that's why we're asking the court, we're seeking the court for this advisory opinion. It's not litigation. So we're not saying court X or court Y or country X or country Y, we're putting a blame on you. No, we're saying we're asking the court to clarify it. How are our human rights being affected by the crisis? And how can we prevent future climate crisis catastrophes from happening? Because just to be clear, 1.5 degrees is for us might be an inconvenience in the West, for example. But for the people in the Pacific, it means that their homelands will be gone. So it's not a matter of how, but it's a matter of when we get this AO. Because we need this advisory opinion, and we need your support for this as well. We need you to go back to your member states, to your governments, to your delegations to promote. If I'm looking at you right now, I'm looking at least 100 new campaigners for our cause. And you'll get there in a bit. But what we really are needing right now is like 3 call to action points. And the first one is when the resolution is made public, available in mid-November, somewhere in mid-November, UN member states should not water down the text of the resolution. This will result in a weak advisory opinion, and it also affects the attempt of the court to deliver a good statement. So we need to have a strong resolution with strong wording so that the court can also make sure that in the future, when we have the advisory opinion, we can actually use it as a legal template, as a legal basis for future climate action and climate justice. Second of all, we should also have that states should be ambitious and brave about the formulation of this advisory opinion, of this resolution, considering that we need to include past, present, and future generations into this to help the ICJ in delivering a climate just worthy advisory opinion. It's not only the generations that are currently living, no, we're especially focusing on those generations to come after us. So of course we need to have a simple majority of votes. This means that in the UN General Assembly, somewhere in either December 2022 or January 2023, the vote will take place. Vanuatu, together with a core group of member states, naming a few, are Articuno and Barbuda, Costa Rica, Mozambique, Angola, Germany, Samoa, Morocco, Bangladesh, Singapore, Uganda, New Zealand, Vietnam, Romania, and Portugal, to name a few. Also, the Federated States of Micronesia, for example, are all part of the core group of member states that will take this to the UNGA. And we need a simple majority. And we can only get that majority if you go back to your delegations, to your member states, to your people, to your country, and seek for this, ask for this, demand climate justice. We're not here to ask anymore. We did the asking back in Kyoto, back in Rio. We're here to demand climate justice. So the thing is, right now, when we look at the advisory opinion as it is right now, the current amount of countries, we're looking very positive. We're seeing a lot of positive noises and positive sounds. We see that, Willie can elaborate on that in a bit, we see that young people are getting their courts to be ambitious, getting their countries to be ambitious. And I want to tell one thing, I want to explain you one thing. We always talk about how we could empower the youth. If I'm looking here today, we are empowered. We have the power to change the course of history. We have the power to change the course of the climate crisis. We don't need more empowerment. We are empowered. We need those who are in power to depower themselves, to give us a chance. And that's why we're here today. That's why we're here the coming 2 weeks. And please, if you want to help us to seek climate justice, reach out to all of my amazing friends here in the public. Go to the Moana Blue Pacific Pavilion and let's get this advisory opinion. And we say, AO, let's go. So one more time. AO, let's go. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think, sometimes we also have, this is better. Sometimes we also have a gap when it comes to us, in the streets asking for climate justice, or us here at COPs asking for climate justice, but we often lack the pathways to get this on paper, get this with meaningful resolutions. So this is a very practical, thing that can get us a lot of background, and it can get us a lot of support for when we actually go to our governments and we say, you have to abide by this because the World Court said it. And it really is, one of those legal things that we can point to, that we can be, they can be very useful, not only in the international level, but in the local level at our country states. So thank you so much for that. I feel like I know what I'm going to say to my countries, and that is something really important. So, and when you said I'm just going to name you named so many, so that's also so nice to hear that there's so many countries already on board. Next up, we are going to go to Jojo. So Jojo Mehta is an amazing woman. I've had the privilege of knowing her for a long time now. And she is the co-founder and executive director of the advocacy organization Stop Ecocide International and chair of the charitable Stop Ecocide Foundation, which supports the participation of climate vulnerable states in the growing global conversation on ecocide. So Jojo is going to give us, she actually was a convener of the independent expert panel for the legal definition of ecocide, so she was part of crafting what that means. And I'm going to ask Jojo to please tell us more about the origins and the progress of this global conversation and what can we expect in the coming months and at COP27. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me? Okay, so this is the second of the two legal avenues that we're addressing today, and it's a complementary one to the advisory opinion. This one is in relation to the International Criminal Court, which is a different court and which deals with international crimes. So we're here looking at criminal law. And the international crimes that exist right now, and you'll all know what they are because they're war crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity, the crime of aggression. And what we aim to do, and our advocacy organization works on developing cross-sector support around the world for this, is to make it a crime to destroy the planet. In other words, to make ecocide, or mass damage to nature, an international crime. We also support nations who are wanting to legislate for this separately and individually as well, because those two things complement each other. What do we mean by ecocide? It's already becoming a word that is used more and more often to describe mass damage to nature, mass deforestation, huge oil spills, destroying the seabed, and these kinds of levels of destruction which continue but which are hugely problematic and often, in fact, already illegal but not enforced. Because we have a long-standing problem in our culture, in the culture that dominates globally, which is, of course, the Western culture. And that is that we are deeply alienated from nature. We have spent centuries developing an attitude where we think we are separate, we think we can treat nature as a bank of resources, and we forget about the balance that is needed. We forget about the reciprocity that is needed. And so what we believe is that by saying serious harm to nature, which, by the way, is at the root of both the climate and the ecological crisis we are suffering, if we put that alongside genocide, we are saying it is as bad, as serious, as wrong to destroy nature at this, extreme level. We are also saying something very profound about that relationship that we have with nature. And this is incredibly important. Now, a few years ago, no governments were talking about this. Now, after a few years of our organization working at various different levels and with fantastic state allies, like, for example, Vanuatu, Willie is going to be speaking for Vanuatu soon, this conversation has moved very fast. We now have over 25 countries which are members of the International Criminal Court, which have discussion of this on record at parliament level or government level. And we already have several countries actually publicly backing this move, this initiative to criminalize ecocide. And brand new news from 3 days ago in Belgium, the first European country to put a bill forward, the government is putting a bill forward to create a standalone crime of ecocide to cover the most severe and long-term damage to nature. So this is an amazing win for this. So let's go. So we're incredibly excited about this. It really helps the global conversation to move forward. And this is something that, for the first time at COP, this COP27, we have a pavilion, which is just down here, number 42. Come and see us. If you haven't already got a pin, come get a pin. Come get a program. Come and have a look what we're about. We also have an official side event for the first time. And that is really important because what it means is that at the highest level, this is being acknowledged as a key framing perspective that needs to be brought into the climate conversation, because I think we all know how frustrated we all are. There's the Paris Agreement, there's the leaders' pledges, there are frameworks here, there, and everywhere. And what is the action? It is incredibly slow. It's like, we have a Formula One race going on that needs to happen, and we have a few snails at the starting point. Yeah, that's what's happening. So by putting in place a framework there is an outer boundary that says beyond this level of damage, it's just not acceptable. And if you do it, you are a criminal. That is actually creating a hard boundary, which is a guardrail. It's a safety rail. And it also acts as a kind of an incentive and an empowerment factor for those policymakers, those corporate leaders that know we need to be moving in a new direction. But if the rules don't change, the money just keeps flowing where it always went. And that's the frustrating thing, isn't it? You know, we all know what needs to happen. We all know why it needs to happen. But there's a really big gap in the how it needs to happen. So by putting that framework in place, we can create that how. So this is a conversation that is growing. Our main call to action is talk about ecocide. It's not quite as immediate as the Advisory Opinion, because this is all going to happen really in the next few months. So this is like an immediate thing. With ecocide, it's ongoing. We need to get more and more countries talking about it. And we advocate across society because we know that the more the conversation happens throughout different sectors, the more the politicians pay attention. They like to play it safe. They won't go to the party till everyone's already there having a good time. So let's go there. Let's stop ecocide. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you've all heard of a lot of countries and people in different countries are actually suing their governments for because the climate crisis interferes with our rights to happiness, our rights to a future, or like rights that are more hard to prove. But with something like this, it will be very clear what rights are being violated, the rights of nature. So it would be an amazing step to take in the pathways forward for stopping deforestation, for stopping coral bleaching, for stopping like deep sea mining, which is another big thing that is happening in the ocean world. So thank you so much, Jojo, for all of the work that you have done with ecocide. It should be part of all of our vocabularies. All of us should be talking about criminalizing ecocide at the highest level so that all of our countries are part of that conversation. Because what happens sometimes is that the countries in the global north have amazing climate policy, but they offshore their mining, they offshore their deforestation, they offshore their drilling. So we need to make sure that this is a global thing that protects every country so that not only some are protected. Thank you again, Jojo. And next up, I'm super excited to welcome Willie Misak into the conversation. Willie is currently working with the Vanuatu government on policy making and advisory to the Vanuatu Climate Action on Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Change Program. He is also the founder and executive director of Learn to Serve Vanuatu, a community-based organization that are working on ecosystem restoration and sustainable land management, water and climate justice project. So Willie, please tell us what this work has been for you in Vanuatu and everything that Vanuatu has done to push it on the General Assembly, the conversation on the advisory opinion, as well as ecocide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Good. I think I will just first of all thank Ecocide to provide us this opportunity to have this space and share about what the International Court of Justice advisory opinion work that Vanuatu government has been doing. But I think I would also like to say thank you to our fellow Pacific Island students fighting climate change. They are here. And also our fellow Pacific youths. And also all the youths around the world. I think the world is moving in a sense where youths are becoming more proactive in the spaces where we never thought they will be in there. And when we're looking at the issue of International Court of Justice, sometimes the question raised about why Vanuatu is thinking on taking that or looking on the issue of to have the advisory opinion. Back in 2018, just for a short history on that, Vanuatu has announced at COP23 that he will start looking on legal avenues for climate change issues. I think the main point is now we are at COP27 and the issues are still growing, as my colleague from Ecocide mentioned. It's moving very slow. And we believe that having the advisory opinion will help give a push within within the negotiation space. I think also I'm here as a negotiator of Vanuatu government as well on loss and damage. And looking at the issue, it's been a long issue tracking down, and many languages are also start looking, when we're putting up language to advance and to progress the issue around loss and damage and other climate issue, we find that water out by developed country and so on. But we want to keep this negotiation going on, and also looking at how we can really help the other developed country to looking at that issue. Of course, at the moment, Vanuatu is becoming a sort of a global lead on climate justice, and ecocide and even the law of the sea are the other avenues to explore that. I think we believe that having the advisory opinion will allow all the other countries as well to step into the area of advancing the work on climate change and trying to make no harm to people. It's all about dignity and how we prevent our current generation and also the future of the generations that are coming up. When the negotiation is slowing down, the human dignity is keep on violated, and then people are continue to lose their home. Indigenous people are losing their cultures, and all those laws are sitting there, but needs someone to stimulate it and to give a push in that area. So the government of Vanuatu was looking on that, and with these extraordinary young people from the Pacific student fighting climate change, giving their different views and supporting that, the way the Vanuatu is taking that forward. And we believe that all the young people sitting in this space, we can have a voice within our government to have a simple majority, as my colleague mentioned, for the UNGA vote for ICJ. And it will also provide a sort of back on looking at making sure that the ecocide becoming also something that we have to put forward. And we see that more and more countries within the diplomatic area starting moving in that direction. And we are happy to see that, although it is going slowly, and we're happy to see that it advances, or it's continue to advance. I think the only thing that we see in terms of justice side, we don't see any issue on that, but this issue will become more political, to have more political will in that. To have ICJ, there is no issue in that all the justice system. It's only political will. And this is what we also as Vanuatu are encouraging our young people sitting around here to find spaces with their government to make sure that they have to contribute on the vote for the UNGA on ICJ. I think this is where we look at it. We don't see any thing that will stop us or moving us in on a justice perspective, but only now it nails down to only political will. So we trusted you, and we believe in you, and we believe in the young people's power to move things forward. And we are looking forward for you as well to raise up the voices around your government and around the people and your communities to make sure that we have that for the betterment of the world. Thank you.
Hey, Mariana.
Thank you so much. This is a good time to remind everybody of the role that island states have had on climate policy around the world. Because of island states, we got the 1.5 degree target instead of the 2 degree target. Because of island states, we're moving forward with the conversation of who is the most affected, which are youth and island nations, communities of color around the world. Vanuatu was actually the one that brought the conversation of ecocide to The Hague in calling on the International Climate Court's Assembly of States of Parties to seriously consider adding ecocide in the Rome Statute. So the leadership of island nations cannot be understated. So thank you so much for all of the work that Vanuatu and other island nations have done to bringing the issue of the climate crisis to very serious terms and encouraging all of us to lead that with you as well. Next up, we have Daniela Miranda. Daniela is the 26-year-old coordinator of the policy department at 1.5 and young negotiator of the Chilean delegation at COP26 in Glasgow on adaptation and gender issues. Amazing. And in academia and research centers in the area of climate change and disaster risk management and gender. She is a climate change focal point in UNICEF Chile, and she has a BA in sociology and is now a master's student in political science and international relations. Currently, she's doing an exchange in the Paris School of International Affairs at Sciences Po. So please, Daniela, can you give us some perspective on why these legal avenues are so needed and why youth are so critical?
Thank you very much. And thank you for this space and the opportunity to be here in this first event of the Pavilion. So we need to understand the how, right? And I think a very important part of the how is protecting the activist. And why international courts and why international spaces? We need to understand that this is a cross-cutting issue. It's going all over the world, and it doesn't have any border. So we need something to have an international perspective, right? And also there are times within the same government and state policies are criminalizing the activist and the actions that we can take to protect the environment. For example, Latin America is the most dangerous place to be an activist. Just to give you a number, more than 3/4 among the more than 200 environmental and land defense activists that were killed in 2021 around the world were from Latin America, and just 54 from Mexico. Like we that this is an important thing to tackle, right? And we need this space in the international courts and organizations that understand that this is a systematic issue, and this is a thing that we can need to solve and advocate and recommend the states and activists how to do it, right? And well, this is why it's important to have these spaces. So why youth? What's our role here, right? It's our role to show the world, our friends, our families, the government and decision makers, the injustice. In this case, we're trying to show the climate injustice, right? And we need to have specific proposals, specific ways to take action. And this is what we're doing here right now. And for example, in Latin America, we had a regional COE right after our local COE in Chile, where we could draft 10 specific proposals for decision makers and large emitters. So we're doing this, and we're being so specific because we can do this, right? And we also cannot ignore the fact that it's now the time that we have the knowledge, the time, and the energy, because we're young, right? We have the energy right now, and maybe we cannot have it forever, so we need to take action right now. And most of us are doing this probably voluntarily, parallel our studies and working. So we really need a lot of energy to do this. And we are already at this level. So we've been through a lot to be here. So it's a thing that we cannot ignore, that we need the time, energy, and it's now. And there are many people who maybe would like to be here at these spaces, but due to circumstances and other problems, they cannot. So it's also our role to give them the places and the spaces so they can express themselves. And so, yeah, I'm really proud for being part of this generation that we have the right proposals, specific proposals and actions. And so we need to just move forward to our decision makers, because we have proposals, we have actions to do, but our power is limited. So we need to act. So these international courts are also a great opportunity to protect ourselves and to have another way to get this knowledge and to make these actions go to the decision makers. So thank you very much for this. I'm very proud of this to be here.
There are two things that you said that really stood out to me. The first one is, you know, sometimes land defenders are criminalized in places like Brazil. And why cannot we hit back and say, when we decriminalize the destruction that you're doing, which is the simplest way to put it. The second thing that stood out to me was when you talked about language, which is you have very specific language in the resolutions that we're coming up with. If you haven't yet read the Global Youth Statement, I recommend that you do, which includes all of the UN language that we are proposing as youth to go into the different negotiation tracks. So it's very important for us to know that.
Are there any further questions?
Oh, I think that's another panel's speaker. It's very important for us to recognize that the language that we might speak on panels like these has to be translated to UN official language for it to be recognized, because sometimes if it's not written in their language, they are able to get it off the floor. So we need to be very smart and strategic on how we approach language. So those are the two things that you said that really, really stood out. And now we're gonna go into a short Q&A, unless somebody wants to add something very quickly. Yeah, go ahead.
So just very quickly on the climate justice aspect, Jie already brought up the thing that if environmental defenders are being criminalized for interrupting business activity, if ecocide law is in place, then the question mark moves over the activity of the businesses, which completely reframes the defenders as moral upholders of the law. So that's one thing. The second one is that a lot of the activities that destroy nature are happening in the most affected people and areas. And in fact, the decisions that lead to them happen often in the wealthy north. And that is what this kind of crime aims at. It aims at the people of superior responsibility. So it's not about criminalizing the citizens on the ground. It's about looking at people taking responsibility at the top level. And one quick point on language, to do this, but the definition of ecocide that came out of a consensus panel last year has been incredibly powerful in getting politicians to pay attention, and it's so concise it fits on the back of a business card. We have a few here if you want to grab one. Ecocide means unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. And that is language that is deeply familiar in the international law arena, but it is also very clear and understandable to anyone. So this is a really powerful definition. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you indeed. I just wanted to add one more very important thing. Because a lot of times people think when they hear the word or when they hear the words advisory opinion, that it's just an advice from the court. But it's very good to understand that the legal and moral power that comes from such an advisory opinion can change the course of how we as member states tackle and try to combat the emissions and try to combat the climate crisis in general. So it's not an advice in a sense that it's just something we can ignore, because we cannot just ignore the world's highest court. That's impossible. And that's why it's so important also in the next phase, when we get that vote, when we get that simple majority, because it's not a question if, it's a question when, then the next phase will be how much young people can we get at that court? How much young people will be speaking there? How much young people will be influencing that phase 2 of this advisory opinion campaign? Because at the courts, all member states have the right to speak and to put in their own input. But we need the young people, we need you to go to your member states, to your delegations, and seek for that accountability. Ask them, tell them that you should be the one sitting in those courts giving the statements. You should be the one sitting at the table. We should not accept the fact that the climate crisis is being decided for us. No, we are taking matters in our own hands. And the advisory opinion is one of these tools that is going to happen very soon, and it's letting us to be the ones who are in charge this time. And we will not be set aside. So in that sense, an advisory opinion, is not an advice that is passive. It's an active, live thing. But it can only be active if you are active. So show that support, wear that sticker on your chest, on your heart, walk around the venue the upcoming weeks, and let the people know that you're standing for climate justice. Thank you.
So we want to see everybody with the advisory opinion sticker and also the Ecocide Love pins that are right here. All of you have now become ambassadors of these two initiatives, and now we can go to questions of the audience. So if anybody has questions, please raise your hands. This is an amazing panel of people who are very knowledgeable in their spaces. Yes?
Thank you. My name is Aniek. I'm from the Dutch Youth Climate Movement, and I have a question for Mert. I think World Youth for Climate Justice is an amazing initiative, and I love how youth from all over the world are already taking charge and going up to their delegations and kind of trying to convince them to stand for this advisory opinion. Maybe a question for all of us. Are there specific countries that we need to go up to and convince to vote for this advisory opinion to make your battle easier?
Yeah. Very good question indeed.
It doesn't work?
Yeah, it's not so... Thank you. So indeed, it's a very good question. As you can see, I mentioned the core group of countries that before. And we're currently looking to have a lot of support from member states in especially, for example, Africa, Asia, but also Western Europe, to have those countries to be on board. Especially because an advisory opinion should be embraced by a diverse group of member states, because the climate crisis itself is also diverse. It started out with the Pacific Island states asking and seeking for that justice, like they were the ones who initiated this. But they indicated that their core group also needed to be a diverse overview of member states that are a part of it. So it goes to show that it's not only a one topic that's only for one region. No, it's a worldwide topic. And that should also be the case for the member states that are looking for that. So I see a lot of people from different backgrounds from all over the globe. And in that sense, all of the support from every single country is welcome. Thank you.
So every country is the answer. We had a question over there. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Charlie. I work in climate education in the UK. Can you hear me now? Yeah, that's good. Okay, and so first of all, a really inspiring discussion. Thank you all for the work you do. That's brilliant. I'm actually a lawyer myself in the energy environmental sphere, so very, very inspirational what you do. My question is mainly for Jojo. So I'm really interested in terms of the work you're doing, bringing ecocide in front of the International Criminal Court. And you were comparing it to like the law on genocide, for example. And I was just wondering, since the genocide was made an international crime post-World War II, unfortunately we have seen genocides around the world and countries have been too slow to react. So I just wanted to know, how can we ensure that if we make ecocide an international crime, how can we ensure the enforcement and make sure that countries really do follow it and that it's implemented in practice?
Thank you so much for that question. And there are sort of two aspects to this. One is that ecocide as a crime behaves a little bit differently to the other international crimes. If you're, thankfully I don't know any, but let's say you're a genocidal maniac or you're a war criminal, your country is unlikely to prosecute you. And so you may end up eventually at the International Criminal Court, which is a complementary court. It's the only mechanism globally that taps in directly to the criminal justice systems of its member states. So the idea is that you prosecute the prosecutions happen in the ratifying states, and if they can't or won't, then they go to the ICC. Now, with ecocide, because it's largely the result of corporate activity rather than, heads of state and so on, although there may be a few exceptions, what that means is that a prosecution could be taken in any ratifying state. So there's a breadth of possible prosecution there in a way that is perhaps not as obvious or present with the other international crimes. But there's another aspect to this. Making something a crime, it's not like it's going to prevent it ever happening. I mean, murder has been a crime since, Moses, beyond? And yet people do still get murdered. But can you imagine if murder was not a crime, what would be the case? The idea is that effectively we use criminal law to draw moral lines. That's what we use it for. Criminal law is ultimately not there to punish the perpetrators, although it does do that. That's one of the things it does. What it's there to do is prevent the crimes. You know, so if murder is a crime, it's to stop people being murdered. If ecocide is a crime, it's to act as a deterrent and a preventive. So although it's true that genocides still occur, the concept of genocide is absolutely abhorrent to everybody, in part because it has been acknowledged as an international crime. So it's hugely powerful to identify the worst harms as crimes.
That was a very good answer. Thank you, Jojo. Sorry about that. Any other questions? We have time for one more over there. It's okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much. My question is for Jojo. Thank you for this very insightful panel. I'm also a lawyer from Kenya. I have a legal background, but also is it? Okay, sorry about that. My question is for Jojo. I'm from Kenya. I have a legal background. I'm also part of the coalition that catalyzed this pavilion. My question is, I've been following Stop Ecocide for some time now, and I know it exists more on the international sphere, kind of the meta level. My question is, for the future of this campaign, if there's any thinking about going at the more granular level to ensure that maybe there's legislation at the national level about Stop Ecocide, so that national courts, maybe in the penal code, can start really maybe putting criminals in prisons for ecocide at the national level. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your question. Did everybody hear that? It was about national level legislation. We aim at the international level to sort of reach that kind of ultimate goal, but of course we support any national government that is also working to legislate. And Kenya may be a case in point, because as you know, there was a proposal put on the table back in June for ecocide to be recognised in Kenya. And this has also happened, this is already... Hello, is that better? And this has already happened in Belgium. It's already been called for. Now, what we know from dealing at the diplomatic level is that when individual countries make moves to legislate nationally, that helps the international initiative as well, and vice versa. So they're mutually reinforcing. And ultimately, when the crime is put in place internationally, it will have to be reflected nationally anyway. People, countries that ratify will mostly put it into their own jurisdictions as well. So both are important. We support both. And the reason we advocate for the international level is to effectively underline that how fundamental this is at a cross-border level. Also because some kinds of environmental crimes, I mean, a lot of them are carried out by transnational corporations. And they're often in breach of existing regulation, but nobody's doing anything about it. But when you put into place an international crime, whoa, that's a little bit more of a sort of concentration of the mind. You know, if your own personal freedom might be on the line and the reputation of your company, whoa, that could be quite important. So hence going for the international level to support all of that law that already exists but isn't currently being enforced. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Something that stood out to me from that answer is private entities and the corporations and how connected our world is. Any single thing that any of us are wearing or eating comes from a different country. That's the globalized world that we've, emerged in. So I think that's why it's so important for it to be an international crime. And like I mentioned earlier, if some countries do it and others not, then the destruction will just be offshored. So thank you so much for that answer, Jojo. Now it's time for the closing. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. I hope you learned something new. I hope you have new vocabulary. Thank you to the panelists for being so knowledgeable and amazing and enthusiastic and really, getting all of these very important languages to the world's highest places. Can we get a round of applause for all of the panelists? Amazing. With that, we conclude the first ever segment of the Youth Pavilion. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Please take a pin on your way out. I'm sure the panels will be happy to talk to you on their way out. Thank you, and a big applause to you also for being here. We made it to COP. You can ask, but I'm like, yes. Let me.
we are very sorry for a little bit of a delay, but we promise you it's going to be worth of your wait. It just so happened, without us agreeing on it, that today is also a little bit of a Caribbean day in the Youth Pavilion, and particularly a Barbados Day, which we are... It's for a huge Caribbean turnout, by the way, which we are starting with our amazing speaker and colleague, Selwyn Hart. Selwyn Hart is UN Secretary General's climate advisor, particularly focusing on just transition and climate finance. On these matters, he is his right hand. In his previous lives, he also wore a lot of hats, like being a negotiator, like focusing on multilateral finance. So for him, there are no secrets when it comes to these matters. But the most important for him and what he cherishes is engagement with youth from as many backgrounds as possible. And this is the chance that we're having here. So without further ado, I'm going to pass to you, Selwyn, and you'll be held by Saad as moderator. Thank you.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you very much, my friend Vlad, and I'll take the mic. And also welcome you again on behalf of the steering committee of the Children and Youth Pavilion. And other one, this one works perfectly. So again, Mr. Selwyn, it's really a pleasure to have you with us today in the first day of the Children and Youth Pavilion at COP27. It's coming real. Children and youth all around the world are uniting. You're also working with His Excellency, the SG, and a lot is happening there. You're leading and pushing for climate engagement with the office. And we would love to hear from you. Young people would love to hear about what are the priorities from the office side, and also what agendas and climate issues are we focusing on, and also what do you expect from young people. So please, you have the floor.
So I thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Saad, and apologies for being late, but it's a pleasure for me to be here with you this afternoon. And when I look at the faces in this audience, I see two things. I see diversity. You guys look like the world, which is a fantastic thing. And I also see hope. I also see hope. And this is what COP27 is about. This is what our fight against the climate crisis absolutely has to be about. It must be about all of us working together to ensure that we can solve this threat, this challenge to your future, as well as to the future of your children and grandchildren. The climate crisis is real. Many of you are already seeing it in your own lives, in your own regions, and in your own countries. And I'm sure you heard the amazing speech of the Secretary General yesterday. We are facing a climate catastrophe, and we're losing the war. So we need all hands on deck. All hands on deck to give us a fighting chance. That's a fighting chance to keep that 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement alive. A fighting chance to ensure that we can scale up renewable energy in a way that allows us to reduce emissions, but also provide developing countries with access to the clean energy that they desperately need to provide for the social and economic welfare of their citizens. And equally important, we also need to ensure that finance is available to help persons and communities already living on the front lines of the climate crisis, with a chance to save lives and protect livelihoods. Because one of the unfortunate consequences of the climate crisis is that those that have contributed least to the climate crisis are the ones that are bearing the hardest burden. Young people like you, young people around the world who've done nothing to cause this crisis are suffering as a result of the climate crisis. So it's a moral obligation, it's a moral imperative for all of us to ensure that adaptation, resilience, and loss and damage are just not cast aside. So my ask to you, my one ask to you, you ask what young people can do. And I'll identify three things. One, in your own lives, be climate champions. It doesn't take, you don't have to be a superstar or an influencer to take action on climate change. In your own lives, in your own communities, in your own families, in your own organizations, be advocates for climate. Secondly, hold your leaders accountable. Hold your leaders accountable, your political leaders, your business leaders, your civil society leaders, hold them accountable. And third, and I would say just as important as acting and holding your leaders accountable, you also need as young people, despite what people might say about you, get involved in decision making and policy making. Get intimately involved in your local government. Show up at hearings. Get involved in decision making in your own governments itself. Right? Become a public servant. You often don't hear anyone advocating they want to join the civil service, but that's how policies are developed and influenced. So I encourage you to become involved in decision making at all levels. But I'm not here to lecture to you. I want to hear from you what your concerns are, and also to engage with you as equals, not to lecture to you. So thank you, Sad, and Vlad, again, thank you for having me here.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you, and thank you very much for the reflections. You know, it's a good stimulating discussion that every one of us has a role, wherever space, wherever, action we are doing, it can always be meaningful. And also the space of unity today is what gathers us, what unites us, and what allows these actions to be collective force of power and force of change. We'd love to, again, make it an interactive discussion and open the floor to hear from us, the children and young people, to share and reflect. So whoever has a hand, please raise, and let's maybe start with our colleague there. So maybe our friend can help pass the mic. So please, before asking the question, introduce yourself, where you are from, your organization, and feel free to ask the question.
First of all, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. I'm Bruno Rodriguez from Argentina, from Youth for Climate Argentina, Latin American organization, part of Fridays for Future. And what I would like to ask is, what do you think about this event in terms of the potential that they have to create spaces in which young people can engage and have real influence in the decision-making processes, not just a symbolic participation, but influence in the decisions that affect our daily lives and futures.
Thank you very much. Maybe we'll take a second question and we'll answer both, if that's fine. Okay, my friend there with the green shirt.
Thank you very much. My name is Ezekiel Yanford. I'm from Liberia, West Africa.
It was quite interesting.
My question to you is, young people have been facing the issue of climate injustice. In our country, sometimes young people advocate and actions are not taken. When it comes to localizing funding for young people, what is your stand on localizing funding for young people?
I will take the two questions. First, Bruno from Argentina, and I didn't get your name or Ezekiel. Okay, so Bruno from Argentina. Fully agreed, meaningful participation rather than just symbolic participation of young people is absolutely necessary. And I think that we need really practical ways of doing this. This is great. Activities like this are essential, but we need to get young people into the rooms where real decisions are being made. Real decisions at this COP, real decisions in countries. I used to be a negotiator for Barbados and AOSIS. The decisions or the positions that we bring to the COP are developed months and months in advance in countries, in regional groups, and then within the larger negotiating groups. We need young people involved at all these stages, not to come to a COP and be given a badge to have just access to a room, but to be involved in the intimate design of positions, to be intimately involved in the design of policies. Vlad, who is part of the Secretary General's climate team, knows, this is something that he, Archana, and all of the other members of the Youth Advisory Group have been advocating. Meaningful participation, meaningful involvement means your involvement at every single stage in the design of these policies and in these positions. In addition to having you physically present in the room to hear directly and to engage. And we also need young people being on the inside, and we also need young people on the outside who are advocating, who some might say might have extreme positions. There's nothing extreme when your life and your future is at stake, right? So we need young people to be both on the inside, and of course, we need young people to be on the outside. So I'm with you in terms of definitely with you in terms of meaningful participation, but I want us to get granular and practical about what meaningful participation means. No tokenism and youth washing should be totally rejected by all of you. Right? You deserve a seat at the table when those decisions and those policies are being formulated. Secondly, on the issue of financing youth activity, Ezekiel, I can't agree with you more. Right? And this is one of the issues. Coming to this COP, I've received so many emails and messages from young people, from LinkedIn and Twitter and Instagram. How can I get to the COP? How can I get my project? How can I get my idea funded and supported? And we need to do a much better job at this. Right now, the existing climate funds and the existing multilateral institutions, they fund projects that governments put on the table. We need new funding models to support youth-related activities. And I really want to work with you to find those innovative new funding modalities for young people to support your ideas, to support your initiatives, to support your participation in all of these climate-related activities. Because we don't have this... Folks from my generation, I'm sorry, we don't have all of the solutions, right? We honestly haven't done our job well. We need your ideas, we need your initiatives to solve this climate crisis.
Definitely, as you said, it's a collaborative approach with us having a role to play, and it's more of, big stakeholders having a role to play to advance us so that we can play our role better. I understand we're running into the next session schedule, but I believe it's also important to continue the conversation and hear more questions from the audience. So maybe giving the floor to the lady here.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to hear from you. And some of the points that you've mentioned, you've really hit the nail on the head by saying that we need young people in decision-making spaces, not just at the COP, but inside the negotiations. And this year we've been working, for the first time we have youth from all 5 regions of the world, 27 countries, 60 trained young negotiators who are at this COP for their national delegations negotiating on behalf of their countries. So we really need to see how can we, as the United Nations, how do we support such programs? How do we support the young people when they're coming here? We've had different levels of challenges, even though countries have had open doors. We've still had levels of challenges within the United Nations. And of course, funding, most of them from the Global South, to really find finances to bring these young people from the countries at the COP in itself is a whole different game plan. So I think this is where we're calling on support from you, and thank you for raising these points, and we'd really love to take this conversation forward from here.
Name and country and organization.
This is the Youth Negotiators Academy, and the program is known as the Climate Youth Negotiator Program. It's the initial cohort, and we're working forward for the next years as well.
And your name?
Oh, sorry, my name is Hita.
Hita. Okay, maybe we'll take a second question before giving the floor. We have the, yeah.
I have a mic. Hello, my name is Pooja Tolvawala. I'm with Youngo and Rivet and Youth Climate Collaborative. So I wanted to ask, how can the UN help us as youth set up engagement opportunities with the private sector to mobilize funds for youth-led action? Thank you.
In her hand there. Yeah, the lady in the front wearing white.
Thank you very much. I think my question is quite similar to my colleague over here. But my question is indeed, what can you from your role do to encourage heads of states to get that into that conversation with youth? In some countries this is working well, but what can you do from your role to encourage other states to do so as well?
Introductions.
Oh, sorry, I'm Tirsa Zones from We Are Tomorrow Global Partnership.
Lovely.
Yeah, right up here.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good day, Secretary. There's a few Caribbean islands here right now, and you're from the Caribbean. So, you know, we have someone from Dominica, Grenada, Bahamas, and myself is from Anguilla. We have a few questions based on loss and damage, and how can Caribbean youth be more represented on the stage? Because we find that during these meetings, even here at COP, there's a lack of Caribbean representation, where the Caribbean is one of the biggest affected areas with climate change. So how do the UN plan to push more Caribbean presence, and how do we help promote loss and damage as a region?
Thank you. I have a very soft spot for negotiators, and when I first joined this process, way back in the early 2000s, right, as a negotiator for Barbados, I was shocked by how underrepresented, how almost missing negotiators were from developing countries, and in particular from small and poor countries. Right? We were outmatched. That has changed over time, but we were outmatched then. And therefore we need to be constantly having what I would call a bench, right, of up-and-coming negotiators who understand the issues and who are there to defend the interests of the global South, and in particular the small, the poor, and the vulnerable countries. So this sounds like a fantastic initiative. I would love to see how we can support it. Esther, please, let's connect during the COP, because we need the voices of the South. And I'll give you one example. You see the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement? A lot of folks have owned this 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement. But it was in the bowels of AOSIS. It was in the island states. It was these countries way back in 2008 that put the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement on the table. And when we went to Copenhagen, it was only AOSIS, the LDCs, and some African countries, and a few other countries that supported the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. We face resistance from the big and the powerful countries, both developed and developing countries. But we persisted. We were diligent. We got the science to start looking at 1.5, because way back then, no one looked at a 1.5-degree scenario. None of the IPCC reports looked at 1.5. The very few scientists were looking at 1.5. But it was the voices of the islands and the LDCs that drove this groundswell of support for 1.5. I remember even some NGOs told us that we were being unrealistic. They told us that we were being unrealistic. So we need that crop of negotiators to continue, who are bold, who are ambitious, who are fearless, who are courageous, and who will defend the interests of their people who are on the front line. So I want to, I will do, you have my promise that I will do anything to support an initiative like this that helps to build that cadre of young negotiators coming from the global south. You can tell it's something that I feel passionate about, because I remember the obstacles, the challenges that we faced just to get, and now everyone 1.5, 1.5. And if we did not persist, you know, despite the challenges that we have with 1.5, if we did not persist, we would be much worse off today. So any help that I can give. On the issue of finance, yes, there are many networks of private sector entities. Many of them are showing up at this COP and pledging to net zero by 2050 and making all sort of grandiose claims, right? We need to ensure that part of what they do really is to be positive activists for climate action. There are many companies globally who are claiming to be champions of climate and champions of net zero, but are in associations that are lobbying against ambitious climate action. This afternoon, the Secretary General, he will release a report from a group of independent experts who he asked to look at the credibility of the net zero commitments of the private sector. And one of the recommendations from this report is that there be positive lobbyists for climate action, rather than claiming to be net zero, as many of them are doing, and in the back rooms and in their trade associations lobbying against climate action. I believe that part of this positive lobbying for climate action is will be to support groups like yours who are doing the right thing, who are advocating for positive change. So rest assured, we will be advocates. My office and the colleagues will be advocates to ensure that the private sector steps up in terms of supporting positively climate action and supporting the activities of young people. On the point that you made around how to get heads of state more involved, fully agree with you. And the SG Secretary General, sorry, that's our nickname for him, he has been extremely active in calling for young people to be part of the delegation of countries. Every country should have a youth delegate. Every country, before coming to the COP, should have a consultation with young people to explain the positions that they will be taking at the COP. To me, that is true transparency. That is true accountability. And I hope all of you, you join the Secretary General, you join all of us on insisting that every delegation should have a young person. Every delegation, before coming to a COP, should have a consultation with young people to explain in detail the positions that they will be taking at a COP. And this brings me to the issue of loss and damage. I believe that the voice of the Caribbean is strong, the voice of Caribbean young people. We need to raise the voice of the Caribbean young people in Caribbean countries first, across the region secondly, and also here in spaces like the COP. But at home, we need young people. We need to hear the voices of young people. And on the issue of loss and damage, I encourage all of you from the Caribbean, from the Pacific, from vulnerable regions, to be advocates for the issue of loss and damage among young people in these spaces. Because I'm sure there is no young person here, whether that person is from the United States, whether that young person is from the European Union, whether that young person is from Switzerland, who would oppose ambition on loss and damage. And we need you to convince these young people to approach their negotiators in the negotiating rooms from these countries who are not as progressive on the issues of loss and damage that you are. Right? So I would encourage you really to be advocates in this space with your colleagues who should also be advocating with their national delegations on this issue. I've spoken too long, but this has been fantastic, and please, at any time, Vlad, Sad, you know, I'm more than willing to come back with this great group.
It's very appreciated. Very, very powerful words, great support, and you have also the promise from our side as young people. We were able to unite today. We made it here, and you have our promise that we will continue our fight, our journey, and we have our expectations to continue from your side, your support, and your trust in young people. And as the head of the Secretary General Climate Team and Movement, we continue to keep pushing and, you know, expecting that together we can shape this climate youth engagement on the global level. Thank you very much for, you know, joining us in our space today in the first day of the first ever Children and Youth Pavilion. We would love to have a family photo. Now you are part of the family there together, everyone. And yeah, thank you very much. Okay, everyone, can we gather in this corner, please? Yes, so that, yeah, in this corner. Yes, people who are here, can we come here? So fill that corner there. Yeah, more people there in the front. More people there. Yes. So yeah, let's gather here and then have Mr. Selwyn stand there. Bring him, yeah. Yes. Yeah, Gabi, can we have people who are here join us in the picture, please? Yes? Yeah, hello. Okay, let's do it. One, can we gather the picture? Where is he? Ah, you're here. Okay. You're already part of the family now. Already starting right now. So we have our second session, which is starting, and with the title is
Actions for the Present, Securing a Just Future by the Climate Champions Youth Fellows and Brahma Kumaris University. Please have a seat.
perfect. So let us start the next session, everyone. Just 1 minute for everyone to take their seat, and we're starting. How many speakers do you have?
Should we go? Take a step forward because we're going to be having a really interactive session and we want audience participation. So my name is Natalie Mangondo. I serve as the Finance Youth Fellow to the Climate Champions team. I'm an economist by training with 6 years of experience in sustainability and climate change, focusing on climate finance. And welcome to the session titled Actions of the Present, Securing a Just Future. So I will begin by allowing our panelists to introduce themselves, starting with David. Can you please give us a brief introduction into who you are and what you do?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Dunitz from the Heschel Center for Sustainability in Tel Aviv, Israel. And just that, right? Just a short bio.
You can go a little bit deeper into what you do.
Okay, we're doing climate work and democracy, working with young people. We have a citizens' assembly of young people coming up on climate change, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much, David. So next we have Sister Maureen. May you please offer us an introduction into who you are and what work you do.
Sure. Hello, my name is Maureen. I'm with the Brahma Kumaris, and I'm actually representing the Brahma Kumaris Environment Initiative. And we, in particular, draw attention to the root of our environmental crisis. That is that it's what is required is a change of mindset, a change of lifestyle, a change of worldview, and a change of values. So we help people make those shifts from the inside out, but also we have many practical projects in terms of solar energy, understanding the connection between our consciousness and the state of the planet.
Thank you so much. Very important work. So next we have Birajith. Can you give us a brief intro into who you are and the incredible work that you're doing?
Hello there. So before we start, can we give a round of applause to the working groups and the Pavilion team that made this happen, please? So my name is Birajith and I'm an aerospace engineer graduate and I'll be working soon. And also I'm a young representative of the Brahma Kumaris. And what I believe is that the external crisis that we see in this world is actually a reflection of our inner crisis. So change actually begins in our thoughts. So yes, thank you.
So on to Balkis,
I
who is
hope
the
everyone
incredible communications youth fellow who I work alongside in the Climate Champions team. Can you tell us a bit about you? What is the Climate Champions team and your work in climate action?
All right, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Hello. Diana, hello. Hello. Hi. Hello. All right. So my name is Balki Salaudin. I'm a Nigerian, and I work at the Climate Champions as a communications youth fellow alongside Natalie. I have a diverse experience in communications and digital strategy, and I've been able to use this skill to communicate social and climate issues, and that's what I currently do with the Climate Champions. Aside from this, I'm a farmer. We do smart agriculture, and I actually had to go into farming to feel the reality of taking climate action beyond just doing videos and calling on world leaders and, you know, all of this stuff. So it's been really good, and it's been an experience that I've realized that there is an important need for us to embrace intergenerational conversation, and that is why we're here today. So please don't let the energy to be too low, because we need your energy to drive this conversation. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. She definitely is a communications fellow. On to Shantanu. Can you tell us a bit about you and your incredible work? We've been engaging together since COP26, but if you can tell the audience a bit more about it.
So, hello everyone. I don't know if I'm good enough to pull off everybody's energy how Balakis did, but thank you so much for that. My name is Shantanu. I come from India. I am a steering committee member for United Nations Environment Program in Major Group for Children and Youth. But I'm also one of the steering committee members who are working for this pavilion. So welcome. This is your home. I'm also part of the Brahma Kumaris, and one of my key work areas is connecting with young people of different faith backgrounds and bringing what they are doing on the field and how people are feeling. So trying to connect hearts to hearts to hearts so that the heads start working properly. So that's my work. Thank you.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. So as you can see, we really do have an intergenerational, cross-sectoral panel, and I think that's what we want to cultivate is what Nigel Topping, who is the climate champion for COP26, really encourages. It's about radical collaboration, collaborating with people who are across sectors, across generations. And so I'm really grateful to each of our panelists for being here today to discuss that, how we can foster that, how we can move away from our silos to adopt a holistic approach that's necessary to drive climate action. So I will mix it up and start with you, Balkis. What is your vision for a just future?
Okay, I think my vision for a just future would be where we can all come together and reflect on all of this activism that we have all been doing and now seeing the action that we really want to see. I've realized that often we gather. I remember how I literally called COP27. I was hoping it's not going to be a ceremonial gathering, right, where people just come, take pictures, make promises over microphones, and go back to their countries. And, you know, it's also not so easy for you to access some of the world leaders when you're back in your country like you access them here. You can just walk by your president and you're like, oh, hi, I'm Balkis, you know, all of those things. But trust me, it's not going to happen in your country, right? So I'm hoping to see a future where all of the promises they are making over the microphone is coming to reality, genuine reality now, because we've seen world leaders attend COPs and other climate conferences, and they still go back to funding fossil fuel, right? We've seen a lot of them, they ignore loss and damage, they don't care. We've seen a lot of them, they see the alert of climate change in their countries, but they ignore it and they just face other things that are not going to be relevant for people and the environment. So I'm hoping to see a future where you and I would gather here at maybe one of these COPs and say, with all of the COPs we've had, we're now here talking about, oh, Germany has done this, oh, China has done this, oh, Ukraine has done this, oh, Russia has done this, South Africa. You know, everybody is now taking real action. I am hoping to see real action. And that action is not going to be just the world leaders, you know, that we keep agitating about. It's also going to be from us as young people. How do we take this action forward? Beyond us granting interviews with international media, beyond us posting on social media, beyond us doing all of these things. How are we engaging these leaders in our country? How are we contributing to policies? How are we taking action on ground? So I'm really looking forward to a gathering, and I'm hoping that that gathering will happen at COP28, where we can say in the last 1 year, which is now till next year, this is what each country has been able to achieve, you know, when it comes to just transition. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. And so I think you've touched a bit on the role of young people. But David, for you, why is it so important to be working in climate action, and what is your vision for a just future?
Okay, I represent the voice of the elders. And for me, as a climate educator and sustainability educator, I want to say my vision is that not just in COP28, but in 2030 and 2050, we'll remember COP27 was a transition point where young people began to take the reins, began to make real important influence on policymakers. It's already begun. Young people have been disenfranchised. In many places, they don't vote. They don't have respect yet. They're not part of the policy-making process. But I think what Valky's voice and young people's voice are saying is that young people are a part and not just they're representing a huge shift in world culture in which young people are the curators of the future generations of what's going to be here. So I think I want to see that this meeting is celebrating in some ways the great transition that we'll look back and say, hey, it happened, it started here.
Thank you so much. And yes, it's definitely going to start here. This is the beginning of a conversation that will continue. Shantanu, you work with young people day in, day out. What is your vision for a just transition? What is your vision for a just future? And what actions can young people take today to secure that future?
My vision for just future actually quite resonates with both of you what you said, and I would pick up from what Belakis was saying. A vision for just future for me is a world where everyone respects their words. It's a world of pure respect. Respecting our words, what we say, we mean it. A world where there's respect for each other. A world where I respect my relationships. A world where I respect every individual, every life form, not just human beings. A world full of respect is my vision for a just world. My vision for a just future. But to begin that, I need to start respecting my present. I need to start accepting my present. Without accepting my present, I cannot respect it. So I have to accept that I am in a mess. And I am in a mess that somebody created, but it's okay. What can I do in this? So I have to respect my capacities. I have to respect my responsibilities. I have to respect the present. And with that, I get the energy to move ahead. And so I have to respect time. The time is essential, and it asks us to move ahead, not sit here, think, get frightened, but to think of the time that is losing out when I'm just sitting and thinking. So I have to respect time. So a vision for a just future for me is the one where I start with respect, respecting now, respecting everyone, and respecting the time. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Sister Maureen, I hope I'm being respectful when I say you might not be young, but you are definitely youthful. And so, what is your vision for a just future?
Hello? No, it's working. It's working now. Thank you. I appreciate your respect in that regard. When I think about... Can you hear me? Yeah. When I think about my vision of the future and the transition, I think about a world where every human being is treated equally and every human being has equal value. And for that, it really requires a huge change in the way we see ourselves, first of all. If I value myself and I respect myself, and as was being expressed, what is happening for me. What do I have to do? Just stay still. Just stay. Okay, right. Have to stay still. Thank you. So the more I respect myself and I'm able to live in my own dignity, I'm able to actually access my inner wisdom. And that inner wisdom is there in all of us, whether young, old, whatever the age, physically. And that is what is going to enable us to take the right decisions, make the right policies that are going to bring a just transition and a just future. Where is wisdom? Where is truth in the equation? We were asked for, I thought we would be asked for a word. We haven't quite, but I'm going to give my word anyway. And the word that I wanted to say was honesty, because honesty leads to transparency and accountability. And without these two things, or three things based on honesty, it'll be very difficult for there to be a just transition to the world that we wish. There is enough for everyone, but our mindsets, our values, our worldviews need to change very, very radically. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Bira, you know, young people have always been seen as the accountability mechanism in the climate movement. So what is your vision of a just transition, a just future? Does it start with accountability, and where do you think it goes from there?
My vision for a just future is seeing that everyone has enough resources, and I feel like us young, can you guys hear me clearly? Just with this, no? Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now? If so, you can nod. Can you all hear me? A bit up and down? Okay, let's give it a few seconds. Can you hear me now? Yes. So my vision for just future is seeing everyone have enough resources. And I feel like it all starts from us young people. We have to bring the motivation. And it kind of reminds me of this experiment. Have you all heard of the boiling frog experiment? So it's where a frog is placed in a cold water in a pan, and the water is heated up to a boiling point. So the frog adjusts to the water, and at the end, it does not have enough energy to jump out. So when it reaches the boiling point, it doesn't have enough energy to jump out, so it ends up dying. So I see that's what's going on in the world right now. People are not realizing what is going on. There is not awareness, and there is no change in the habits. So 2 points I would really want to emphasize on is awareness and habits. Awareness not just of what's going on in the world, but what is going on in our inner world. When there is a shift in our inner world, then there will be shift in our habits. And when there is shift in our habits, then there will be change in the world. Not just the word change, but I say immediate change.
Thank you so much. And so now we'd like to hear from the audience. If you can each give us, if anyone is interested to give us one word on what a just future looks like to them, please raise your hand. What does a just future look like to you? Anyone?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Listening with so much interest, and that's because you're someone who is into climate finance and yourself into communication. So these are important roles I currently play. So I actually work with the Central Bank of Nigeria as a banker, and when I'm not banking, I am actually on the streets advocacy with young people. So I do a lot of advocacy with young people. I have a platform that I drive to create awareness, to educate, to enlighten, and also forge partnerships amongst young people to drive issues of climate change and other social issues. Now, when you a just future for me as a lawyer, speaking from a legal perspective, what comes to mind first is having implementable strategies, policies, and legislations. So we have beautiful policies, we have strategies, we have implementations, but how do we implement them? How do we make them work? how do we drive them to make them effective? So I'll give an example. After COP26 last year, the Nigerian government passed into law the Nigeria Climate Change Act. So currently we have an NCCA, an act that speaks to reducing emissions, speaks to greenhouse emissions, and of course, achieving the 1.5 degrees ambition. Now, I mean, having that in place is one thing, and having implementation on a different level is a different, whole new ball game. So what we're currently doing, for example, in Central Bank, is actually reviewing banking principles to get on board what is obtainable currently, which is the Climate Change Act. So we're currently reviewing the sustainability banking principles to see how these things can be brought into these principles and make them implementable for everyone, and of course with penalties as well. So that's another implementation strategy we have to put in place. So having these things on one breath, but implementing is also a major issue as well. So that's my own idea of a just future, having these things implementable. Thank you.
Thank you so much to my colleague from Nigeria. So that kind of leads me into my next question for our panelists, and it's in your various sectors that you work in, and the stakeholders that you engage with, what do you think the role that they play are? So can you just tell us who the stakeholders you mostly engage with and what their role is? And so I'll just say, speaking as someone who works in climate finance, who works with mostly private sector finance actors, I work with financial institutions, and their role is to finance the transition, right? Their role is, of course, to ensure that they define these principles, to ensure that we're implementing things in an inclusive, accessible manner, particularly for youth, particularly for vulnerable groups, particularly for continents and regions where, their risks might be higher. How can we mitigate those risks? How can we create innovative financial instruments to mitigate those risks? So I'll move on to David. What stakeholders do you usually work with, and what is their role in driving ambitious climate action?
Okay, I'll mention 3 groups of stakeholders that we're trying to influence and working with for what I think are 3 crucial transformations for just transition. And one is ourselves, changing our mindsets. It's been talked about, respect, of looking inward, of having these conversations. We work in our organization, the Heschel Center, we work with people, with leadership, with education, to try to change the mindset, change the conversation. 2 is education. But education has been part of the problem more than part of the solution till now. So we're now working on transforming from within. In Israel, we have a program that's about to be launched, working with education leaders within the system, within municipalities, who are going to go through some sort of learning inward process and outward doing to change educational policies in light of climate change and the necessity of just transition. And 3 is changing the politics. Our politics are definitely part of the problem, and as we see, our policymakers are not able to make the changes, the ambitious changes that we need. So one of the things that we're working on, that I'm working on, is citizens' assemblies and deliberative democracy, giving peoples a voice, giving people a chance to be part of the policy process. And citizens' assemblies are being used for climate change all over the world. And one of our projects now being launched in Israel is a project for youth and young people, a citizens' assembly for youth to bring how they see the necessities of change and policy changes and things that will make their life in the future a good life. So those are the 3 spheres of work that we're doing, that I'm doing.
Yeah, so Birum, as a current student, do you agree with David's statement that education is part of the problem? And what role do you think education has in trying to drive ambitious climate action, and what other stakeholders do you usually work with?
I totally agree with what Mark said. I feel like education, you did say it's a problem, but I can also say that it is a weapon that we can use. Being educated, having the awareness of what's going on kind of wakes us up, and I feel like that is what is sort of lacking as well. I know so many people that are not aware, they don't know about what is going on with the climate. So, and it's partly because they're not educated. So maybe we can have, you know, some sort of course in their language in which they can learn about climate change. And maybe from that, they will learn, you know, they will start changing their actions. And in terms of, one thing I wanted to mention was a campaign that I'm part of, and it's a local campaign. It's called the Bike Southall campaign. And what we promote is biking, transporting to work, school, university through bikes. And it's for elderly and young people as well. And it's been so really successful. It's government funded. So everyone gets a brand new bike, a lock and a helmet. And everyone sort of go on bike rides together. So that's a kind of success story to me. It kind of gathers the community together, and it promotes a clean, kind of efficient transport. So, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm actually surprised that David did not mention the media. Our communications fellow, Balkis, what role does the media have in driving ambitious climate action?
That's because I'm not as good as it as you are.
Okay, so I like it when my responses are very engaging. Everyone in this room, we all have a mobile phone. Yes, no? No. Okay, just few people has a mobile phone. Okay, that's fine. No. All right, so I think let me start from my work as a communications youth fellow with the champions. When I came on board, we have a very strong and brilliant team of communicators, right, who are into communications and media. And as a youth, as a young person, I realized that I might be kind of lazy or busy to go through a 10, 20, 40 pages of reports, So how can I simplify this content for my fellow young people, right? And so the first thing I did was I put myself in the position of a young person. If I'm consuming this content, how will I feel? Will I click or will I just walk past it, right? So communication and media plays a very, very diverse role. We have communications in finance, we have communications in resilience. We have communications across board. And just right now, someone sent me a message and said, Bakis, you're on your phone. And I'm like, where are you? And she's like, live streaming. That's part of it. So you don't have to be here to be part of this conversation. That's communication. That's media. This media team, they are capturing the event for us to be able to reflect later on. That's communication. That's media. So I think we cannot overemphasize the role of media and communications when it comes to climate change, because the media is for the good and for the bad. Sometimes you see that they are false information about climate change, but then we have other media that would sort of suppress that conversation or that information that, no, you can't be consuming this. And that's why even on Twitter sometimes suppresses some information. Because when they realize it's false, they suppress it so that a lot of people do not consume it and start going about with false information. So I would say that media plays a very, very strong role. And the people, the stakeholders I work with is everybody, right? Every one of you, young people, children, the elderly ones, everybody, right? And that's because you need to communicate to people the way they understand. I cannot talk to an elderly climate activist the way I would talk to a young climate activist. right? Because if you're talking to a climate elderly activist, I'm sorry I'm using this because you guys are always saying you're young, right? But yeah, yeah, you know, the way you would talk to them is different because they don't want to be seeing all these designs. Like, they want to see the real content. But young people, you need to simplify it. You need to make sure that they can connect with it at a go. So that's like part of the emphasis. And I also think that the role that media and communications play help a lot of young climate activists, even the elderly ones, make some concise decision before taking action. So it sort of help you you can use Google to check about what the work of the climate champion is. You can use Google to check about how many pavilions we have. Yesterday, I was thinking in my head when I was walking around, I'm like, this is a lot of pavilions. And I used Google and I saw that we have 156 pavilions at COP27. Right, that's media, that's communication. So all of this information will be put out there so that we can all have access to it, consume it, and then now, you know, reflect on it on how we want. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Shantanu, what stakeholders do you usually work alongside, and what role do you think they play in driving ambitious climate action?
Thank you. I mean, I totally agree with Balkis again because every person is a stakeholder and we need to work with each one. When we say we want to build a world which is just for everyone, it has to be created with everybody's input into it. You cannot create and gift it to someone. You have to have their input into it. And that's why I try to work with a stakeholder which is willing to shape their own world. And that irrespective is of their age. It could be a child, it could be a young person, it could be a ancient wisdom who would like to shape the world together. But if I have to put them into some box, then it would be, we are working specifically in India. My work is specifically with the rural communities where we try to build in the resilience of the rural community farmers, the women. And also we work with young people who probably do not speak the climate language, which is again such a different vocabulary now, which is for example, for them to understand adaptation. For us it is easy now because we have become groomed by this COP culture. But for them adaptation, they're like, what is that? So to simplify, as you were saying, to simplify the issues, to simplify the actions, to simplify their responsibility is one of my key areas of work. And to simplify it, I have to first understand their need. So my key area of work is to understand the need of the people that I'm working with. Because unless and until I understand you need first aid or you need an IV or an operation, I can't give it to you. So understanding that first need is very important. And I think that is what is very important for everybody's of work here, that we need to understand what is the need out there and then catering to that.
Yes, absolutely. So, Sister Maureen, what communities do you serve? What are their needs? And what role do you think they play in driving ambitious climate action?
Okay, is this working? Let's see. Is this, hello? Okay, good. Okay, first of all, I'd like to say, I hope you can simplify the documents for us older ones as well. We need it as much as anybody else. I work quite a bit with different faith communities, and I think this is very important because 84% of the world's population subscribe to a faith. And I believe in Africa the figure is 94%. And so faith communities have a huge outreach into the community. And also faith communities have a lot of wisdom and spiritual wisdom to bring to the crises that we're now facing. And also they really help to give people the resilience to cope, the inner strength through faith. There's an organization called Faith Invest, which has a section of that is called Faith Plans, and they work with faith communities across the world to encourage them to make plans of how they use their resources, including their financial investments, and how these can be used in an ethical way, in a way that is sustainable and doesn't contribute to the destruction of the planet. And so I think faith communities own a large proportion of the world's schools, of course many religious buildings, responsible for healthcare facilities. So there's a huge part that they have to play. And I have to say that in the climate change conferences, this is not given nearly enough importance. There is no constituency for religion as such. And this is an important voice to bring to the table. I'd just like to comment in terms of media. It's so interesting. It's really only since COP26 that the COP conferences really got any kind of profile in the British media. And of course now COP27 is getting a lot of coverage. But it really looks as if it takes, in terms of mainstream media, nearing a crisis for people to wake up. And so my hope is that people will find the resilience to face the things that we will have to face going forward, but also have the courage to speak up. And we're speaking about intergenerational, but actually it's the we generation, isn't it? We are here all together, no matter what our age is. We're facing this together. And so it is something that we really, really have to do together and find the inner strength and the faith and the courage to do exactly what it is that we need to do and bring our voices to the table. Thank you.
Wonderfully said. Absolutely beautiful. So, just on a last note, we all work in different spaces. I wanted to find out from you, each of you, how do you think we can move beyond these silos to adopt a holistic approach, the holistic approach that is necessary to ensure that we secure our futures and future generations' futures? If you can just give me a 30-second reflection on how we can do so. I'll begin. Who have I not started with? Shantanu.
So, how do we come out from our silos and start working together? Is to, instead of saying intergenerational, we say we generational. We are all in this together. To start not just saying that we are family, but to really feel that we are family. Do I really have the same amount of love that I have for my siblings, that I have for each one sitting here? And for that, it needs a very in-depth spiritual understanding that we all are same, we all are equal, we are not better than the other. We all are equal. So it is the culture of equality that can bring all us together and will naturally shape our contributions for each other. So that would be my idea, equality.
Lovely. Sister Maureen, how do we bring, faith groups to the table and ensure that they're mainstreamed in climate conversations and, move away from our silos to adopt a holistic approach?
I mean, I will just build on, in a way, what Shantanu said. It really is that vision of one family and one humanity, and of beginning to take decisions through that lens. If we take decisions through the lens of, not in terms of the lens of finance or, which is the usual, but in the lens of the benefit for the whole of humanity and the benefit for the sustainability of the planet. And I really do feel, as Shantanu said, a key to that is love. Love and compassion in ourselves, for our fellow human beings, love and compassion in our institutions, this is something that would make a huge shift for all of us.
Thank you. So, of course, this is an ideal, but Balkis come from the most climate vulnerable country, when the reality on the ground, and you as a farmer, is that we aren't equal. How do we move away from this siloed approach, adopt a holistic approach, and see this world as one family? How do we do that?
That's actually a very emotional question for me, because we transitioned into climate smart farming late last year, this year, and we've seen like the tremendous, growth and all of that. But recently, Nigeria was hit with flood, and each time we go to bed, I literally sleep with one eye closed and the other eye praying to God, please. I don't want to wake up to my farm has been flooded, right? There is this fearfulness that everyone who is vulnerable to climate change is, some people might not be vulnerable, right? But when you have a direct connection, when you have a direct work that is linked to it, you get scared every time, like, oh my God, I hope I'm not going to be next, right? And that is why it is very important to have a support system that would come when you need it. For example, my farm has not been affected by flood, and hopefully it's not going to be, and all of that. But there is a particular tweet I saw of a guy, he's into chicken and stuff, and he complained that all of his birds are dying because they could not get treatment and feed to them because of the flood. That's a lot of loss. I mean, investors don't want to listen that what is climate change? They don't care, right? So there is need for, as she mentioned, there are a lot of policies. Countries keep coming up with policies, bills, and laws, but the implementation part is still lagging behind. So there is need for us to genuinely care about climate action. If you don't care about climate action, I don't think you can do anything. So the first conviction would have to be from your inner self. How do I ensure that I'm doing this thing because I want to do it? I am doing this thing because I love to do it. We are here today because we love to, put our voice on the table for climate change. And I'd like to also make reference to, there's a cup on this floor, it's a teacup, and whoever drank the tea inside is going to go out and say, I'm a climate activist, I'm a climate advocate, I'm an environmentalist, but they won't know that this person is just going around, littering the whole environment, right? So there is need for us to genuinely care and not do what we are not preaching. So I come here today, I tell you, don't drop bins on the floor, or plant more trees, or do climate smart agriculture. But back in my house, man, I don't care. So we need, as young people, as elderly people, as everyone here, we need the inner conviction first that I genuinely care about climate action, and I'm genuinely going to lead climate action in large or my small capacity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. So, Birum, you are working in one of the hardest to abate sectors. And I hope you don't mind me saying that. But how are you going to mainstream climate action in that area? And do you want to tell the audience a little bit about it?
I mean, it has already started. So the company I'll be working with, they already have the first terminal electric truck in the airport. So that itself is a sign to me that there is so much sustainability development in the company. And they also use the metal scraps. Instead of throwing it away, they give it to startup companies. So I can see a huge scope in the aviation industry. And I really liked what Balakris said. How long are we going to wait for? Do we have to wait till more people, die? Is that when we're going to realize? Or do we start now? My tomorrow is based on my thinking and doing today. So if I want change in the future, then there needs to be change right now. And not just one person changing, but there has to be a collective change. But one thing I want all of you to remember is when I change, the world changes. So let's become an example. Each and every one of you and each and every one of us, we're all going we're all going back to different part of the world. So let's empower and raise awareness in our local communities, and that's how we bring change, immediate change. Thank you.
Thank you. So David, Biru mentioned starting from the local level. How do we then upscale that to the national, to the global level to drive holistic climate action?
Wow. Hear me? First of all, aren't these words so inspiring? Aren't these people so inspiring and giving us hope? So I want to say that I think what is most important for us to remember, to take away from here, is first of all that we're not alone. Because we come back and become marginalized and we're like trying to change the world and it's hard. But look around this room. Look who's here. The whole world is here. We're together in this. And the relationships that we build here, we can take them in our heart and we can also work with them, continue together to build coalitions and collaborations and to do stuff, because in the end, climate work is doing stuff. But it begins with ourselves, it begins with each other and the relationships that we make, and then we scale up. But we have to take notice and take care of ourselves and of each other in order that we can do the greater work in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely lovely. And with that, I would just like to hear any reflections, any conclusions from Sister Maureen. If you can give us 2 minutes of your reflections from this session and offer us a closing.
Hello? Okay. It's kind of you to ask me. I take to heart very much the thought that the future depends on the present right now, and also the state of our planet actually reflects the state of human consciousness. There's a lot of violence in our world and a lot of violence in human thought, and that's affecting the planet directly. And so maybe we just have a moment where together we send very peaceful, loving thoughts to our precious earth. So just for a moment, become peaceful inside, in the midst of the noise. I have an oasis of peace within me that is integral to my being. And in that state of peace, I choose consciously to send thoughts and vibrations of peace to the earth, to calm nature, to support nature, to give back just a little of all that I've taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Maureen. Let's keep on giving back what we've taken from our planet. Let's keep reinvesting in each other, in ourselves, and in the rest of our planet. Thank you so much for coming to our session, for being so engaged and participating. And I wish you a beautiful and, you know, a really actionable and implementation. And yeah, I think that concludes the session. Thank you.
What do we want? When do we want it? Now we're going to have our first TEDx speaker. His name is Pervez Ali, and he comes from Fridays for Future, Pakistan. He's going to give you a short, intense, summarized session about his project. So put your hands together as we welcome to the stage Pervez Ali.
Hello everyone, myself Pervez Ali. I'm from the Indigenous community of Pakistan, Gilgit-Baltistan. I'm representing the culture and the loss and damage issues and the youth of Gilgit-Baltistan in Pakistan. I'm the country coordinator of Fridays for Future Pakistan as well. So the first thing that I will be talking about is the loss and damage. I think, is this working? Can I take both mics? Okay, fine. Thank you. So, as you have seen the recent floodings, the catastrophe in Pakistan that the people of Pakistan have faced, and they have been through a very harsh war with the climate change and the climate change crisis in Pakistan. So I will tell you just a very brief story about myself. I was one of the climate refugees from back in 2010. I lost my house, I lost the place where I was born, and I lost the land, the piece of land which I loved like my heart. And I lost my mom when I was just 8, and that, floodings. So basically I will be telling you about the loss and damage that we are facing. For me, not even losing $40 billion US from our economy is a loss. For me, not even losing a bridge, a road, or an infrastructure is a loss. For me, the loss of mental peace, the loss of health, and the loss of basic facilities is a very big loss for us, for the youth of Pakistan, for the people of Pakistan, and for the victims of the floods. According to the German Watch, 65% to 70% of the total population in Pakistan is not aware of climate change because of the illiteracy rate, and that's why we are struggling to aware our youth, our upcoming generations who are studying in schools, universities, and colleges. So that's the issue that we are facing right now. As country coordinator of Fridays for Future Pakistan, I have a lot of statistics that I could tell you about. Like, we have lost lives, we have lost obviously the infrastructure and from the economy, and the funds which were given in aids from the developed nations, those were not enough. But I don't want to just stick to that thing in this talk. I just want to be very frank with you. I just want to tell the stories that we have been facing, that we have been the victims of the climate change and all of this. So the basic thing that I told you is we have lost our mental peace. We cannot sleep all night. We cannot just go and wander around with our friends. We cannot hang out with our friends like you people do as the developed nations. We just feel fear about the climatic disasters, the flash floodings, the glacial lake outbursts, because Gilgit-Baltistan, the area which I've come from, is covered with glaciers, with mountains. So we, in the mid of the day or in midnight, you have to face the disaster and you have to face the catastrophe. So you have to be prepared every time, every single minute, every single second. So that's creating a pressure on our mind, even on our grooming, even on our personal health, even on our personal lives. So that's what I think is loss and the damage the climate catastrophe has brought to us. So coming to the next thing, role of youth in policy making from the context of the country, from perspective of the country I've come from. We have 65 to 70% of the population which is under 30. Like, we are all youth. We come under 30, and that's, I think, the biggest strength, the vivid strength and the noticeable strength of the country. But we are not involved in policy making, unfortunately, on international platforms and as well in Pakistan. So what I think, and what personally my organization and the people who are working with me and the ministry as well thinks, that the youth of our country should be involved in policy making. We don't want the policies to be made for us. We want us to be at the table, on the tables when the policies are made. We want ourselves to be involved where the policies are made And we want to be the policy makers, not the old ones who are just above 50 and they're gonna die in maybe 2 or 3 years. They don't have, like, they're just expired. Sorry to use this word, but they're just expired. They don't have expiry, guarantee, and they are playing with our future. I was just in my pavilion, and the Minister of Climate Change Pakistan just said, we are making policies, you have to wait, we will give you the document. So I was like, why would you make policy for me? For a younger person like me, I should be there on the table. Like, you are making policy for me, so you should ask the suggestions, ask the states of the youth of Pakistan. I'm the representative of youth from Pakistan, so you should ask what we have to do. We are doing this. Is this right or wrong? If you are going, obviously you are not the contributors to the global emissions, but you have to do the mitigation plan. You have to build the mitigation plan, and you have to be very fair about distributing the loss and damage finance that the developed countries and UNFCCC is giving to you. And that's what I think is most important. The role of youth in policy making. And we have started an initiative, IPS, which is Indigenous Policy Suggestions. We take youth from indigenous places, from the places where these kind of catastrophes happen, and the victims of the flash floodings and gloves and natural disasters, climatic disasters I would call them, and we are taking suggestions from them, like what you have experienced in past 10 years, past 5 years, and what you would be suggesting to the government, what they should make the necessary actions and what necessary policies they should make to just to secure your future for our future. If it's Pakistani youth today, it might be you tomorrow. If we are the trailer of the movie, then the movie might be you. So we are just expecting from each and everyone sitting on those chairs that raise voices for the youth of Pakistan, for the people of Pakistan, for the indigenous community of Pakistan, that what they can do, how they can be brought to events like COP and summits. We were not even funded by our government, not even by any NGO. We have just come with our own fundings and with our own, we tried our best to get acknowledgement letters from different organizations. Not even our government is helping us. That's really sad for us, for a country having 60% youth. But we are hoping, our just hope is the youth of different countries of the global north and global south, like you. So that's why I've come here. I could have a presentation with a lot of statistics and a lot of ideas what we can do and what we have to do in future. But I think, as personally my experience is, if you are coming with the statistics and showing them these much damages and losses and what I have to deliver, it would be like some boring stories and some boring presentations that our ministries and that people give up here. So thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much for being here, for being our mentors, and for being our support, for being our backbone. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum from Pakistan.
Thank you so much. That was an impressive presentation. And next, we're going to have our next TEDx speaker, Leah Wyman. She's a youth activist and also from the Youth Against Ecocide. And welcome her to the stage.
Do we have a slide clicker? Hello, can you hear me through here? Okay, perfect. Okay. We're waiting for the slides, so.
Give you a 2-minute warning and then go and start.
Dear older generations and world leaders, I was born into a world threatened by environmental destruction. For over 50 years, the signs of climate change have been visible. It's been clear for a long time that action needs to be taken. You have talked and debated, but you have not acted. You have promised climate action, but you have not taken the steps to truly make the change. I am tired of your empty words. You can no longer ignore us. If we are to stand a chance of survival, the world needs major change. That change will be a challenge. It won't be easy, but it is not about what is easy. It is about what is right. It is about what is necessary. It is about survival. Dear older generations, you might die of old age, but if no action is taken, we will die because of climate change. We are facing extinction, and we need you to act. We don't want you to go down as the generation that continued the path of destruction. If you don't respect existence, expect resistance. We, as the young people, are rising. Stop messing with our future. We will be silenced no longer, whether you like it or not. Change is coming. This is our earth, our home, our mission. My name is Leah. I'm a youth eco-activist and spokesperson for Youth for Ecocide Law. This is my first COP, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I grew up in Cape Town, South Africa, and through experiencing and witnessing some of the devastating impacts that our current fossil-fueled system is having on ocean pollution, on wildfires, on droughts, on water crises, I knew from an early age that we would have to grow a movement and awakening calling for climate justice. It comes as no surprise that we, as youth, are leading this movement. Yet, it is also incredible pressure to have to bear the responsibility to face the ecocides and also to go against this powerful profit-maximizing system. What is ecocide? Eco comes from oikos, meaning home, and side means killing. It is the killing of our home, our future. Ecocide was defined by an independent expert panel of top lawyers from around the world as unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there's a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by these acts. In other words, ecocide is the worst crimes against nature. Everyone, and especially those in positions of power, must ask themselves what they can do to counter ecocide. For me, and I think for many, art is a way to express and also to deal with some of these big challenges that are happening in the world and to give them a voice. To illustrate further, I'd like to read 2 consecutive poems to you from my book, Dear Earth. Finding a Piece of Paradise. Today was beautiful, magical. We hiked to 3 magnificent waterfalls in a desolate mountain valley. It was a hot, long walk, but worth every step. The burning sun rested over us. The wind stroked the hair on our skin. We walked over hills and rocks, up and down. The valley was covered in green vegetation. Warm winds drifted past us as we reached higher altitudes. Sweat and salt, the first gushing waterfall greeted us from afar. The cold water lingering on our hot skin. The taste of freedom, every droplet reviving us. The second waterfall drew us into a different world. Steep cliffs on either side as we walked into the narrowing gorge. Insects and birds chirping, dark, nutrient-rich soil, slippery stones, lush greenery, fatness hanging on the dark walls, frogs jumping ahead of us on slippery stones, an untouched world, an untethered being. We dissolved into its beauty, in awe, speechless, grateful. Our last waterfall was a deep pond of cool water, a calm, bubbling farewell from the valley. The sun set as we made our way back over the mountains. I stopped to watch the last sun rays disappear behind the peaks. bathing everything in golden light. Losing paradise. The next day, it caught flames. The fire took down our little paradise. It burned to ashes. Never will it be the same. We were the last ones to admire all the beauty before it crumbled away. Every shrub and plant I saw no longer exists. Every frog I saw had its breath taken away. Every cricket that sung for us sings no longer. The green mountain peaks saw the sun for the last time that evening. This was my home. Nature is home. I am nature. We are nature, and we are burning. My heart is so sore. My body is shaking. My piece of home is burning. Part of me wants to hide away from all this pain and all these problems, but I'm writing and speaking about what hurts and makes me sad, because this is something we must share and learn from. Fire is no toy. Cigarettes kill. Wildfires spread within seconds. Our home is burning, and with it, part of us burns. It is our responsibility to act, to do as much as possible to protect our home. I've been an activist since around the age of 13, engaging with and seeing environmental destruction almost on a daily basis. How do I remain hopeful in a world that continues to be so resistant to change? Well, you see, hope is not a passive state. It is an action that is rooted in doing the best we can to protect our home. Something that has given me an active sense of hope is being part of Youth for Ecocide Law, the youth movement to make ecocide an international crime. For me, my poetry is a way to express some of the frustrations that I see in the world, but also to see the love that I have for nature. Earlier I shared a poem about my love for nature, followed by the feeling of losing a sacred space. And I think ecocide law can do something to help prevent this from happening. Ecocide law can, through legal means, elevate the crimes that are happening against nature, against us, against our future, to the same level as the International Criminal Court's current crimes. Genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crimes of aggression. And ecocide could be that fifth crime. We need new legal and moral parameters that protect us from the harm that is being caused to our earth. And I believe we are ready to create that framework to work in harmony with nature. We only need leaders that are brave enough to do it. So that's why today I call upon states around the world to adopt a law, an international law on ecocide. Because this is our home, our earth, and our mission. I will end giving you a final poem called What Now? What now? So many problems, so many different challenges. It is easy to lose hope. It is easy to give up. Stick your head in the sand. It takes courage to recognize our mistakes. It takes strength to stand, swim against the current. It takes vision to change. History is being written about you, about me, about all of us. Just because you can't do everything does not mean you can't do something. It is not just protest. We all have unique talents and reaches. You can write letters, sign petitions, start projects, donate, paint, speak, write, connect, act, choose. If you say you care, then show that you do. If you love anyone other than yourself, then show the world how much you do. Actions speak louder than words. Eco, not ego. Thank you so much. And I just also want to give a thank you to all of you, fellow youth activists that are here today, joined in this mission for our planet. If you want to know more about Youth for Ecocide or get involved, here's a QR code and come speak to me afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It resonates with me. If you can do something, it doesn't mean you can't do anything. With that, we'd like to welcome our next speaker in the person of Mauro Micah from the Lutheran World Federation of Youth. And he's going to be talking about enabling youth voices in climate action. Our voices as youth needs to be taken into consideration, and we need to be at the table. So, Mauro, you have the floor.
One. We, the young people, what does the future hold for us? And I ask again, we, the occupants of tomorrow, what does the future hold for us? With the floodings that have encroached in our homes, with the wildfires, with the famine droughts that are robbing us our livelihoods, I ask again, what does the future hold for us? As to what the future holds for us entirely depends on what we do today. For they say, the future belongs to those who dream. The future belongs to those who have beauty in their dreams. And those are the words of Eleanor Roosevelt. And many of you here today subscribe to those words. I envision a future and a dream that was sparked by tribulations. Once upon a time in Kenya, Tana River village, my family had to be displaced by floods. Nothing more different than what you see here, people being evicted. And together with my twin sister, we went to camp along the roadside, waiting for aid from humanitarian organizations. And I looked at my twin sister, shedding tears, and we knew the next thing, my father had no fees to take us to schools. You know why? Our farms had been encroached by waters. We had no farms to tilt anymore. Our agricultural system was down. Our water system was down. What was glaring us was the possibility of diseases, waterborne diseases. What does the future hold for us? With this kind of things, with this kind of climate-related hazards, it's eminent that the threat is our doorstep. The tragedy traverses borders and it waits for no one. And again, I ask, what does the future hold for us? And in a bid to save our planet, I embarked on a journey. And a journey to save our planet it was. But I needed a platform. I needed a voice. And thanks to God, the Lutheran World Federation, an organization, a global communion of churches that has a global reach across 99 countries with millions and millions of people came through for this cause of action. Let us take a moment and see what happened thereafter. My video.
Today is a day that we are committing to the Glasgow Pact that was discussed last year. Today we are going to save the planet. Today we are going to save our shores. Today we are going to communicate to the world that decisions are made in the boardroom, but here is where action takes place.
was my call for action. Ladies and gentlemen, to date, the Lutheran World Federation continues to empower our youth. The Lutheran World Federation committed to making sure that most of its 80% of its delegation is comprised by the youth. It enabled a voice for me. So then, what is the light at the end of the tunnel? And I want to say here today that the light at the end of the tunnels entails our government, our regimes that are in attendance, to give us our space as
Testing.
Yeah, so Jabri can go this way. Yeah, go ahead. Perfect. Thank you.
Is that? Hi, everyone. If you can get settled, we are so honored to have Your Excellency Mia Mottley join us. This is the first time we have a dedicated space in the Blue Zone for children and youth. And I just want to welcome you and recognize how impactful your statements have been. and that we all, we all watched that intervention at COP26. I watched it about 19 times. And just to dissect the amount of substantive input you gave in that intervention, and it does not go unnoticed. We've all seen it. So that's why it's such a privilege to talk to you today. And a lot of us are not in the finance sector, so we don't fully grasp the technicalities of the World Bank and the IMF, but it doesn't take an expert to know that it's rigged against developing countries, the Global South. And you said the Global South countries borrow at 14% and developed countries borrow at 4%, so it's skewed towards them. So I think I'll just do a quick introduction, and then if you can address the young people, we do a quick Q&A and take a photo. That's how we'll run this session. And I think maybe just to, you can excuse my French, but I think the reason why you resonate so much with young people is because we can spot BS, a mile away. So, so it's really an honor. We think of you as you have our best interest at heart. We look, voices like ours, your voice is a spotlight, for us in maybe an ocean of pledges and commitments. We know you are going to implement all these pledges. With that, I think I'll just pass the microphone to you. Let us know how you use us to deliver anything you want to deliver. And yeah, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And first of all, let me thank you for being here and for the warm welcome. And thank you for the blue, yellow, and black. With me is my Foreign Minister, Kerry Simmons, so you can... Look, I'm really honored and humbled to be here this afternoon because we need to have a conversation. And I hope this is just the first of many. There's a lot of background noise, and it's not necessarily conducive to have the long conversation that I want to have, but I think we need to have a long conversation at some point. The world is at a difficult point, and I'm going to say some things that you'll love, and I'm going to say some things that you may not love, because that's the reality of life. But the most important thing is that I need you guys to read and to become conversant with the issues. Because if you're not, that is when you're going to lose the battle. The new battle really is the battle of the mind. And to that extent, we have to be able to work together while remembering that we don't live in a romantic novel. We don't live in a romantic movie. We live in the real world, and there are real people who have to feed their families every day and who need to be able to have housing and who need to be able to fight off the worst effects of the climate. One of the statements that I've had to make today over and over is that many of us don't have the buffer. And yes, the climate crisis is hitting Europe. Yes, the climate crisis is hitting the US. Yes, the climate crisis is hitting China. But they have a buffer that we don't have. So that when the Hurricane Ian hits the west coast of Florida, and we see utter devastation for those communities, at a local level, they get it because they feel what our people feel when they meet devastation. But at the national level, they have the capacity to rebound and they have the capacity to absorb. But when it hits the Bahamas, and Grand Bahama and Abaco is taken out, then those kids, those families, all of them are affected. So one of the things we've been saying is there is an urgency of now. That's not my statement, that's Martin Luther King, okay? Just like emancipate yourselves from mental slavery, it's battle of the mind. Bob popularized it, but it isn't Bob either, it's Marcus Messiah Garvey, okay? So that we need to begin to understand that the reason why we are speaking and doing these things with such urgency is because we are potentially 24 or 48 hours away from a different reality. I cannot imagine what it means to have 1 million people displaced in Nigeria as we speak. I can't imagine. I can't imagine what it means to have a third of Pakistan underwater. We have, therefore, to be able to get the discussions in and completed. You know, I leave here to go and do the Mandela lecture. And one of the things that all of us can learn from Nelson Mandela is that he could have stood on the side of what were his absolute rights when independence and apartheid was fought down. But he chose to look and see how he could build a new future that encompassed everyone. We are at a point in the world where the polycrisis, the climate, the pandemic, the possibility of future pandemics because the antimicrobial resistance. How many of you know about the antimicrobial resistance difficulties that the world is facing? It's the third cause of death in the world because our bodies have built up the resistance to antibiotics, and something as simple as going to the dentist or having a baby can now become a high wire act if you have an infection. The other issues in terms of inequity, the other issues, of course, most devastating in terms of cost of living. Inflation is a cancer. It's no different from pancreatic cancer because it eats away at your capacity to survive. And all of a sudden, when that starts to enter the room, as has happened with the rise in fuel prices, the rise in food prices, people stop remembering about principle and philosophy, and they start to remember only about survival. So all of these things are threatening to destabilize the world in which we live. And the one thing that we need is a calm, confident, and clear head to see the future. And what matters now is how do we secure the public space? How do we secure the global commons? How do we secure the earth? Because there's no sense making as much profit as you want for the next 20, 30 years, and then your grandchildren don't even have a planet to live on in 50 or 70 years. And these are the realities that we have to fight. We need a reorientation of some of the values. How does a world value the movement of money and capital, but does not value the movement of people? How do we have people sitting in boats, not being able to get off, without consideration as to what public health diseases and what that will do to them? How do we see color before we see humanity? These are the things that you have to fight for. And if you can help stabilize the world, it doesn't mean, as I said, remember what I said, there's not going to be a romantic ending necessarily. Life is difficult. Life is complex. And all issues are not black or white. There's a lot of gray. And how you manage the gray is really the true test of adulthood. Accepting the consequences of your choices. Now, what does that mean? I come here to COP last year, and we give our NDCs. We expect that there will be a 70% reduction, Kerry, by 2030, and we want to be ambitious enough to see whether we can make 2035 100% net zero. Problem is that Barbados doesn't manufacture everything it needs. We don't produce all that we need, and the moment that we're in teaches us that we became slaves to a comfortable life without worrying about security of food, and security and independence of energy, and security and independence on a whole range of other things. So we wake up and we want to get there. But we're not going to get there by a beam me up Scotty moment, because it takes time to plant, to grow, and to reap. It takes time to put renewable energy in your country such that the majority can benefit. But if I can't get access to the batteries, no matter how much money I may well be able to unlock, no matter how much ambition I have put on the table, I still cannot deliver. And therefore, what happens in the interim? Do I say to our populations that you should not live? Or do I have to accept that the reality of our existence means that we have to find a bridge? But it must be a bridge and not a destination. And that is why even on this whole issue of natural gas, we have to be able now to consider it not because we want to, but because the reality of existence for millions of people in Africa, in Latin America, in the Caribbean, depends on having still secure access to energy in order to be able to live. Now, part of the difficulty is that everybody wants to throw everything in one pot and just throw it up, and it's either good or bad. The oil companies cannot continue to earn the level of profits that they're earning while other people across the world are sucking salt and having it difficult to live. Can't. By the same token, if you take away everything from them and there's nothing to reinvest, then you don't have progress into the research and development as to what opportunities may well be there for clean energy. So too far east is what? West. Let us therefore start to develop a culture for mature consideration and conversation, because we are not robots. We have the capacity to discern. And the power of discernment is perhaps the greatest gift that we need to give each other. Because as we grow older and as we fight the individual battles of our life, we understand that it's not black, it's not white, it's somewhere in there. And what is good for you may not be good for you, may not be good for him, may not be good for me. And our ability to discern and to be able to break down. I have a favorite phrase. Let us deconstruct and let us reconstruct. Because we're going to ask ourselves, what is the public purpose we're trying to serve? What is the public mischief we want to get away from? How can we use technology to become more efficient in what we're doing to benefit more? But at the end of the day, who are we helping and who are we hurting? And if you ask yourself those few questions, then we can begin to reconstruct the world in which we live and start to begin to believe that it is possible to build a just global order. But when 1% of the world's population controls 46% of its capital, then that's not fair. Now, by the same token, I'm sure if we have conversations with them, they too will agree, if put in a box, that that's not fair. So let's start to have the conversations about how we protect that global commons. And the first global commons that has to be protected is what? The planet Earth. The planet Earth. Because we haven't yet constructed the way to live on Mars. The problem is that, I regret to say, political establishment responds to movements, to power. And in our own case, I mean, I don't profess to be perfect, nor does he, nor does my government. We're not divine. But what we do say is that we need to pause sometimes and listen even when we get it wrong. We need to pause and listen and to see how we can, as we say in the Caribbean, wheel and come again. You understand? Because that's the only way we're going to get it right, through continuous conversation, through respect, and through an attempt to adhere to principles. And principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by them. And that's the message. Are we going to be perfect 100%? Probably not. But should we be perfect the majority of times and try to do right? Yes, we should. Now, where does that leave us? And I felt constrained to address you first on these values, because the conversation will not always be the one that every one of us in the room will like. But what we have to do first and foremost is to agree to the rules of engagement, that as human beings, we respect one another. that as human beings, we accept that our diversity means diversity of opinion, and that one of the difficulties about the world in which we live is that there is too much narrowcasting rather than broadcasting, that we listen only to the people who sound like us. But when we do that, we end up with what? With war. We end up with division. And then that robs you of the best part of your life that you could otherwise be living. So if we get the rules of engagement correct, and let me go back to Nelson Mandela again. Mandela chose reconciliation rather than vengeance. The Bible tells us that vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, for a reason. Because it's not about each of us. But what I want us to do is to recognize that we can achieve what we want to achieve. And human history has shown that the tendency for progress is there. And as President Obama often says, it doesn't come in a straight line. But if you look at the trajectory, we're getting there. Women could not vote before. Now we have women leaders. But does it mean that everything is right for women? No, it doesn't. There's still too many women who are the victims of domestic abuse. There's still too many women who don't have the opportunity for economic security. But there has been appreciably progress for women. How do we continue the journey? And that's why I love the analogy of passing the baton. And that's why I will always meet with young people, regardless of whatever I'm doing, because I'm conscious that I can only run for so far on this race, and at some point I have to do so. But in the same way that I have been the beneficiary of the knowledge and experience of those who went before me, you need to become that. And I want us, therefore, to commit, because we would need all day to talk about everything. But I want us to commit to seeking knowledge and not fake news, seeking knowledge. And in order to ensure that it is not fake, to develop the power of discernment, being able to discern for yourself what is right, what is fake, what is deceptive, because these things matter. Secondly, I want us to recognize that we are in the battle of our lives for the climate, for the world, for the planet on which we live. And any one of us could potentially be the next victim, because it is not within our control. But at the same time, as much as we know that we need to change, we have to be pragmatic as well. Because we can't wiggle our nose for those who are old enough to watch Bewitched with Elizabeth. And for those who know Star Trek with Beam Me Up, Scotty. We're not yet at the position where we can make things happen like that. So how do we protect the lives and livelihoods of those who are still on the front line, but who may not have the luxury to control their space and their place at the particular time? It means, therefore, that the art of compromise still has to be within us. And one of the things that bothers me is that the technology and the narrowcasting can sometimes make us believe that it is a zero-sum game. Life is not a zero-sum game. Having said that, do not anybody believe that that is an excuse not to try. And the Talmud has a wonderful saying that I have carried with me all my life, that we are not expected to complete the task, but neither are we at liberty to resile from it. And that is the concept of the baton and the relay that has caused me to realize that what we are required to do is the job we have, not the job we want. Because if we run our leg and do it well, then others will be equally inspired to take it from us. Now, where does that leave us? Today is election day in the US. We need, and special drawing rights is the most unsexy thing that you could ever want to talk about. But it is essentially The IMF is like a club of central banks. And the special drawing rights which were introduced in the late 1960s didn't exist before. But what it did was to give each central bank the right to leverage the strength of the reserves of the others in the club. So we all belong to a club. Today I'm really weak and down, but I can leverage what you have to help me get through my journey. That's all it is. But here's what happens. When we've been issuing them, it's only the strong that really benefit, because the articles of agreement don't necessarily allow for the redistribution of them without the consent of the owner. So that if the large countries who got 400 billion of the 650 don't want to help share it for the benefit of the weakest, then it doesn't have the same impact as if we change the agreement to say that we should be able to have not only additional special drawing rights, but that they should be used for those who really need it or for the causes that threaten our very existence. The head of the IMF, Kristalina, she's been good, great in fact. She was the only game in town when the pandemic came, and she provided liquidity to countries that didn't have money to spend. She's the one that got the 650 billion in special drawing rights done, but guess what? The majority of it has still stayed with the rich countries. She's the only one that has put on the table a resilience and sustainability trust. So my country is likely to be able to borrow 20-year money from the IMF with a 10.5-year moratorium at virtually bottom shelf interest rates. Now, I wish I could say that about the World Bank. But when we go to the World Bank now, we're told that Barbados and Bahamas and Maldives have graduated and we're above the threshold of what is allowed to borrow. And that if we potentially want to borrow, they may even want to degraduate us. I don't want to be degraduated because that comes with other consequences. What I want is for you to recognize that the right to borrow should not only be based on historic per capita income, because the per capita measurement that they use is historic. It's last year or the year before. Now that's the equivalent of me going to the doctor, asking the doctor to take my blood pressure today, but then ask that it be valid a year from now to determine whether I'm going to get a stroke or not. Absolutely a waste of time, because it no longer tells you what my condition is. And what we're saying to the World Bank, what we're saying to the IMF, what we're saying, but predominantly the World Bank, because the IMF has gotten it, because they're using climate vulnerability as a consideration for who can draw from the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. Well, we want the World Bank equally to follow the IMF. And that's so funny, because when I was growing up, it was the other way around. Now it's the other way around. It's the IMF who's seeing us and hearing us and feeling us. But we want the World Bank to be able to say that it's not just per capita income that will determine who can borrow at concessional rates. That climate vulnerability. Because let me break it down in straight terms. Today in Barbados, we are dealing with issues of education reform. If we get hit, God forbid, with a hurricane, overnight, I can move from dealing with issues of education reform to basic access to schools again. Because if all of the schools are destroyed, where am I going to send my children to school? And that is what is at risk for many of us. If people lose their houses, where are they going to sleep without worrying about the exposure to the elements? These are the things that matter, and the World Bank needs to recognize that if it is going to be the bank for reconstruction and development, not just in the middle of the 20th century, but in the middle of the 21st century, then it needs to come to the realities of the 21st century, which include climate, which include pandemics, which include digital divide, which include inequity in countries. And why is there inequity? Because many of our countries are being told that we have to borrow for 7 and 10 years Now tell me how you're going to develop education and schools or healthcare with a 7 or a 10-year loan. The purpose of a loan is to give you enough time for those who benefit from the loan to be there to help you pay back for the loan. It's simple. And that's why 7 and 10-year money doesn't work for us. So I've said a lot today, and perhaps, as I said, this is just the first of many conversations. I want to pause. I'm sure that a few of you want to speak, but let me just leave you on this point. The Bridgetown Agenda is not a historic relic or meant to be a wonderful statue that we look at. It is meant to be something that everyone contributes to. It's our contribution to say, look, this is a perspective that we have. We know that there are others who want to do and to have a say on it. Some things are immediate and necessary because of how many countries are on the global precipice of debt. But some things may allow you to have a little more leisurely approach to commentary. We are saying that we will take comments from people between now and early February so that we can refashion the document as necessary. But that we also recognize that for the longer term, deeper reforms and governance, that we can go probably till the end of July, which gives NGOs and civil society more opportunity for more grassroots consultation and more bottoms-up approach on these issues. We get it. But we have to walk and chew. And a lot of what I said earlier is to remind you that that is our reality. Last night, I went to sleep and did not know that the people of the Dominican Republic became the victims of a climatic event and that lives were lost there. God knows what will happen next weekend. The point is that we are on almost a conveyor belt that's not stopping with climate. And if we don't have some practical approaches while remaining anchored to our principles, we're not going to make the journey successfully. I pause, I done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I am absolutely blown away. I felt so many emotions while hearing you speak, and I feel like every single one in this audience did, joy, sadness, pride, but mostly inspiration. And I can see as you were talking, every single person here was hanging on to your every word, as was I. So thank you, that was brilliant. And actually...
Let me stop now too.
Okay.
I do not want to become somebody who is a symbol just to be praised up and think that's not me. Because all of us at the end of the day got to come back down to ground. And the challenge is that there are not enough hours in the day, not enough minutes in the day to reach everybody. And I've had to learn that the hard way. But I do feel that if we can work together, what matters is not simply the goal. What must matter ultimately is the progress, the destination. So even if all I can do is carry you to the destination of handing over the baton, that's my role, that's my course.
Thank you. Okay, there's so many things I want to say right now, but I know you're short on time, so I'm actually going to now pass over to the audience. And I think maybe let's just take 2, 3. Let's take 3 at one time. So I'll take your pick. Sure.
Thank you guys for letting the crazy man who stood up too soon have the microphone. I hear with a heart of love for everybody in this room. And my brother here, Devon, tell me I must stand up and call the whole Caribbean because he was on WhatsApp, making sure everybody was here to support you. So we got Chandel, we got all of the Caribbean here. These are the future leaders. We here with a heart of love to work with y'all. Everybody stand up from the Caribbean. Let them see you so they can know to come talk to for the Caribbean. Much love. Much love.
I wish I had a ball that I could throw you for the next baton. We're ready for you. We're ready for you.
Hi, Mottley. Respect, respect, respect. I'm Chandel O'Neill from Trinidad and Tobago. And speaking of NDCs, if you won't mind, could you ring Rowley's ears on our 6-page piece of nonsense? Like, that's my little question right now. If you could, maybe. Thanks. Okay.
Let's go.
Good morning, Mar. Sorry, good afternoon, Mar. I'm Goodness Dixon from Nigeria. You talked about we making studies, we making research. I come from a community being affected by the climate crisis. So in this case where our schools are being drawn away, where our homes are being destroyed, how do we make research? How do we study in this case? How do we learn? How do we build ourselves? Secondly, we talk about transitioning from the fossil fuel to clean energy. Is Africa ready for transitioning? Because we have our own means of making income, understand, revenue. But how do we now transit when the developed countries already have all the structures in place? And we don't have the structures in place. Thank you very much.
I think that what we're trying to do is to create that platform for a just transition. The issue is just is an adjective. So what is just for some may not be just for others. And the first thing we need to do is to make sure that we have the same definition of just. You know, justice is supposed to be absolute, but we've learned that some people define it how they want to. Africa has a unique opportunity. There are 600 million people still without electricity. We need to make sure that electricity is carried to them and that they're given the opportunity to access and to participate in their countries in the fullest possible way. If we can do that by using green energy, while at the same time recognizing that the bridge for others may still involve some natural gas, then we will make it. We can't, I wish we were in a position to say immediately green energy will happen tomorrow, but it takes time. Kerry used to be my Minister of Energy up until 2 weeks ago, and he will tell you, even though I have announced in Barbados that every owner-occupied house shall have, as of right, 2.5, 5, or 10 kilowatts of renewable energy, so that they participate in the patrimony and the bounty of it. It doesn't happen overnight, because you have the regulatory issues to resolve, you have the supply issues of battery, the supply issues of photovoltaic panels. So perhaps what I'm trying to say to you is that Africa must, yes, pursue green energy, but along the way, it has to carry people with what it has access to immediately. And the important thing is to have an inclusive approach, but one that ultimately recognizes that if we don't save this planet, this is a moot conversation. And today is your village, today is your community. You talk about houses and schools underwater. In St. Lucia, the same thing is happening. In Belize, it happened last week. In Dominican Republic, it happened yesterday. So that we do need to know that this is real, and we can't just turn up and say, lights, camera, action, because we're at a conference and then go away and forget about it. It matters how we plan to get granular and how we plan to deliver and implement. And that's why financing, trade, industrialization, just industrialization, getting the global south to be able to access borrowing at the same levels as the north, getting transfer of technology and access to capital for just industrialization, getting fair terms of trade. All of these things come together. When you want to eat cake, you don't go and eat flour, you don't go and eat eggs. You bring everything together and make the mixture to put it in the oven then to get the cake. There is a process to all of these things. And that's why I'm taking the time to break it down and to speak in this way, because the worst thing that can happen to our people is for them to believe that this is a beam me up Scotty moment. One more?
Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
Firstly, I'd like to say thank you so much for the opportunity to ask you questions and to just hear your perspective on things. I think a lot of us as youth, as Caribbean youth as well, we look up to you and we appreciate the voice of discernment that you provide. I also think that as youth, we know that the climate movement is multifaceted in that you have to get not just large corporations and governments to agree, but people as well. So my question for you is just, how would you go about changing the cultural understanding around climate and waste and what our position is in this fight?
I think that we have a lot of cultural transformation to do regionally and globally. And you talked about climate and waste. I could as well talk about violence as a public health disease as well. Because too many of our people are on a path that makes no sense at all. And it is because what we value internationally is not necessarily rooted, okay? If we believe in the pursuit of individual prosperity at the expense of everything else, then we will end up with the unjust societies that we have. We will end up with fossil fuels causing destruction. The one thing I know is that we need balance. And we need, as I said, that's why discernment is the key tool that you need as individuals. We need also to recognize that if our foreparents were not resilient, we wouldn't be here. Can you imagine what it was like to go through the Middle Passage and to have all elements of your dignity stripped away? They withstood that, and they were resilient enough to do it. We are in danger of being in what I call a period where the culture of contentment has become the new opiate. We've been dulled and everything is dumbed down on the basis of how good we're going to feel in the next minute. I love Kaiso and reggae as much as anybody else. But how does our music denigrate women in the way in which it has been doing perpetually? And I'm not a prude, and I'm not somebody who can't take a joke, and I'm not somebody who ain't gonna whine. You understand? But the reality is that that is not an excuse for you to women as if they were an inanimate object. Similarly, women have to accept that for themselves first. So that is part of the cultural transformation and sensitization that we need to deal with. Similarly, violence. How do we deal with violence? Similarly, how do we deal with waste? At the end of the day, there has to be tools taught to our children and young people based on a platform of values that allows them then to navigate their way through life. Is everybody in a society going to get it? No, they never have. They never will. But the question is, will the majority get it? And what will the society value as being acceptable and not acceptable? And that's why I say that the global order, regrettably, is not holding us to account in terms of the values that it wants us to promote and the values that it wants us to sustain and the behavior that it is prepared to accept. And I hope that you guys are going to help change it, because if everybody wants to get up and to do X, Y, Z, then too far east is always west. Balance is needed in order to be able to bring it about. Education, sensitization, but above all else, a platform of values, because right is right and wrong is wrong. And that's why I talk about moral strategic leadership at a global level. But it can only happen if it happens at the local level, the community level, and the national level. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much to our audience for such interesting questions, and also thank you so much, Your Excellency. And remember what Her Excellency said in her intervention, that we are now fighting the battle of our lives. And it could be literally any country, anyone who it happens to next with the climate crisis. So thank you all today for coming to this session, and thank you again for your time, Your Excellency.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And continue the fight. Continue the fight.
I think if we have time, could we take a quick group photo? Everyone on the sides, can you try and come a bit closer? A bit more central.
before we start, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. So either stay or go. Thank you. Okay.
Kia ora koutou, ko Rhiannon Mackie tōku ingoa. My name is Rhiannon Mackie. I'm a 17-year-old youth climate and environmental advocate based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I have been fighting for climate justice since I was 14, and I'm really passionate about making climate policy spaces accessible and engaging for young people, because these spaces must be open to us, who will be and already are being directly impacted by the decisions we're making here.
And my name is Björn Fondén. I'm a 25-year-old sustainability and climate advocate that has spent the last 10 years working in different civil society organizations, private sector institutions, governments, and in the United Nations for a better and more sustainable future for all of us. And throughout this time, I've witnessed the growing number of youth organizations active in this space. But I've also witnessed the growing gap between ambition and implementation. And that is why we are here today.
Because climate change is impacting our young people the most. It is not only our futures, but the present that is being stolen from us, as we live through a series of ever-increasing climate catastrophes, spending our childhoods fighting for world leaders to act. COPs have been taking place before I and before many of you were born, but they have not managed to bring emissions down. The fact that this now is the 27th COP is an indication that they are not fulfilling their purpose. Emissions have continued to rise in an ever-increasing trajectory, spilling millions of tons of CO2 into the air every year. We are continuing to effectively destroy the foundation for life on Earth as we know it. In the most recent assessment of countries' climate commitments outlined in their NDCs, emissions are still expected to rise by 10.6% compared to 2010 levels by 2030. But we, the youth, and indeed wider civil society, know how urgent this is. We know the change that needs to be implemented, and we know the consequences of failing to act on a very intimate level. And so we do not accept that we are doomed. We have witnessed large-scale mobilization of young people from around the world in school strikes through the Fridays for Future movement, witnessed the critical advocacy of environmental leaders, Indigenous communities, and human rights defenders, witnessed calls for a fossil fuel phase-out, and yet COP after COP after COP passes us in an ever-worsening climate backdrop, and we still have not managed to bend the emissions curve down. World leaders have failed to listen to us. World leaders have failed to deliver on their promises, and world leaders have failed to act on the climate crisis. Every day that goes by, this crisis becomes more urgent, and we know this. World leaders still do not listen to our calls that are echoing louder and louder through the streets, and so we must start taking matters into our own hands. We must shape the ambitious, far-reaching climate policy solutions that we know we need to tackle this crisis.
And that is why we are immensely excited to announce the launch of the Institute for Climate Policy Solutions, the ICPS, today. We are the world's first youth-led global think tank aiming to provide sustainable climate policy solutions to address the problems that we have ahead of us. Our aim is very simple. We want to bend the curve by bridging the gap between youth and policymakers, between false fixes and the real solutions, between a hothouse Earth and a 1.5-degree livable future for all youth and future generations. And we want to do this by empowering young climate activists to become shapers of climate policy solutions, by enhancing, strengthening, and empowering and communicating climate policy solutions across the world in a fun, inspiring, and inclusive way, by connecting young climate policy shapers like yourself with governments, with international institutions, and people in power to implement meaningful policy changes. As our first action, we are excited to launch the ICPS Climate Policy Competition. A global competition open for everyone below the age of 30 to contribute with your best policy ideas, solutions, and thoughts to help solve the climate crisis. It can be a carbon pricing scheme in your country, an agricultural reform that might bring down emissions, a new way to look at how we transport ourselves, how we move around in our cities, and reduce emissions from transportation. The important thing is that the policy solution should be real, it should be scalable, solution-oriented, to really reduce emissions and facilitate the achievement of our climate targets in a just, fair, and sustainable manner. Everyone is able to compete. Everyone is able to win. The intergenerational jury will consist of some of the world's leading youth climate advocates, as well as some of the world's leading experts and researchers on climate policy solutions. And the winner will win a prize of $1,000 in order to help scale up that climate policy solutions, and we will also help you connect with the government in charge of that solution to help make it a reality and take us one step closer towards reducing emissions at scale and stopping the climate rampage we are already facing. $1,000. Okay, I'm too far away. $1,000, one winner, opening the 1st of December. Note this down, the ICPS Climate Policy Competition. So help us bend the curve by bridging the gap. Sign up on our website to our mailing list or follow us on our Instagram. We are now live and we need you, bright, young minds, to help us address the climate crisis we are facing. We need you in the coming weeks and months ahead in forming this initiative, in connecting with the right people, in scaling this and in making it a reality to bend the curve. Because we do no longer have time to wait. Our futures are being taken away right in front of our eyes, and our fellow young climate activists are being imprisoned in the streets because of raising their voices and standing up for what they believe in. Together, we need to stand up in solidarity with them. We need to recognize that there can be no climate justice without social justice, no social justice without human rights, and we need to work together to help shape the future we want. We all have our roles to play. What is yours? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that inspiration talk. And now we'll have our final two speakers for the TEDx talks. It's going to be a talk on imaginative world building, youth on environmental peace building by Elsa Baron and Joaquin Perez Aranda. Welcome to the stage.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Well, hello everyone. My name is Joaquin Perez Araneda. I'm from Chile, and I'm here with my colleague Elsa Baron from the United States. We're going to talk today about youth and environmental peace building. So, Elsa, do you want to take it?
Thank you so much, Joaquin. So the first question we're trying to answer today is, what is environmental peace building? And the reality is that climate change and peace are both global systems that are deeply interconnected and interwoven. And this means that climate change impacts act as a threat multiplier for forms of violence, conflict, and injustice around the world. This can play out in specific ways, including mismanagement or conflict over resources, displacement of communities from their homes, or the exacerbation of existing social, economic, and political instabilities around the world. But there's a flip side. In a world impacted by global climate change, peace is equally interconnected and equally important in building opportunities and solutions to address the climate crisis. And so this kind of environmental and climate peace must not only be the absence of violence, but the presence of just, strong, and equitable communities. And so to take that kind of broad theory of environmental peace building down to the ground, we have 3 examples. One that touches on family, community, and faith, another that deals with student organizing for action, and the last, engagement in policy for dialogue and peace building solutions. So the first is rooted in family, community, and faith. It's based at Tent of Nations Farm in Palestine, a family that has been directly impacted by militarization and securitization in attempts to displace them from their land, ranging from actual eviction orders to electricity, water, and road closures by the military, and destruction of their crops, including the symbolically peaceful crop of the olive grove. But in response to these challenges and examples of violence, they have responded to electricity cutoffs with solar panels, water cutoffs with rainwater harvesting, and the destruction of their crops and communities by bringing together youth to educate and replant together, sustaining their vision of sustainable, creative, environmental nonviolence to the occupation that they face. The second example comes from Aotearoa, New Zealand, where a group of student volunteer army, which is actually anything but an army in the traditional sense, has come together to mobilize, to build community, to organize, and to equip themselves to respond to climate impacts resiliently and peacefully. In particular, they have been mobilizing to respond to increased flooding and have worked with the Institute for Climate and Peace in capacity building. This community, by prepping themselves for climate resilience and adaptation as a peace-building solution, has prevented the militarization that can come in response to disasters when the military is the only equipped institution to respond. The last example comes from my home community in the United States, where a group of high school students under the name Confront the Climate Crisis has come together to do the much needed, what I would classify as peace-building work, to bring together polarized political communities in Indiana, a largely conservative state, to take action and to build legislation to confront the climate crisis and build a task force that works intersectionally to address these challenges. Hopefully, one or more of those examples from very different parts of the world resonates with you and can show a little bit more about what environmental peace building really is and can be as it's applied. And with that, I'll turn it over to Joaquin to talk a little bit more about why this is important and why you should get involved.
Okay, so why is this important and why you should get involved in this process? Okay, so we believe, based on these examples, that environmental peace building, peace building, and environmental peace building are an adaptation solution. So we believe that having people the people that are affected by the climate crisis participating
Solutions that are
I think it's like interrupting. Yeah. Sorry. So we believe that having the people that are most affected by the climate crisis participating in the decision-making processes that affect their livelihoods can build healthy responses to climate-related crisis and avoid conflict. So for this, we can have different examples, like in Chile, where we work training students in like climate. We give them climate education in my organization, and we also teach them peace building tools that can help them in their daily lives, because peace building is not only the absence of conflict, but as Elsa was saying, is the presence of just and equitable and strong communities. So because of this, we want to take all of this knowledge and also bring it to the international space and sphere. So in Latin America, for example, we have the Escazú Agreement, which is the regional agreement on access to information, public participation, and justice on environmental matters. And this agreement not only brings new transparency ideas for the Latin American countries, improving the public participation, which allows them to have a better livelihoods, but also it protects environmental defenders in the most dangerous region in the world to be a climate activist, which is part of the work that we believe in. So taking all this into consideration, we want to invite you to include peace building in your work, climate work, because it is an adaptation solution. And we also want to call decision makers to also think how peace building has an important role on loss and damage in the most impacted communities, because giving communities capacity building around peace building and having more resilient resources and tools, they can also live better lives and be more ready to all the effects of extreme weather events, problems with transboundary water management, and a lot of other elements, as the climate crisis, as Elsa was saying, is a big threat multiplier. So thank you. I'm going to turn to Elsa to some final remarks.
And we only have 3 key takeaways for you today. The first is for policymakers and decision makers to consider the interlinkages between climate change and violence, and on the flip side, climate action and peace building seriously in the policies and action that they develop. The second key takeaway is an invitation for all youth in this space,
Gives us the opportunity.
communities, and the invitation to get involved in peace building and organizing towards climate resilience in your home community. The final takeaway is to encourage substantive engagement and leadership of youth in spaces where climate and peace decisions are being made. As an example, this pavilion itself is doing a great job of. So that is what we'll leave you with today in terms of how to move forward. And we thank you for continuing the dialogue with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've had a set of talks that's left us inspired, competitions, innovative solutions to climate action. And that brings us to the close of the TEDx talks. We're going to move on to our next session, which will be, what is racial injustice? I'm going to pass on the mic to our moderator to moderate the next session. It's going to be by the Black Indigenous Liberation Movement. Cheers.
Thank you, thank you. I want the people on my panel to come over here. Natasha, Majo, Sydney. Yorshel, ven acá. No vino una chica, ven acá, yo te pregunto. Yo voy a hablar. Hello, my name is Leo Cerda. I am the founder of the Black Indigenous Liberation Movement. Thank you for coming. We believe that climate justice is racial justice, and that's why we have invited our guests to speak about what is racial justice and what does it mean for their territory. Hello. Hello. Good? Yeah. So I want to introduce Sidney Males from the community of Otavalo in Ecuador. Natasha Sima from Fridays for Future, Uganda. Patricia Saldi from Fridays for Future Uganda, Maria Jose Andrade from the Haku Project in Ecuador. And I want to start by saying this. We all know that, that colonization is the root cause of climate change, because colonization has started the dispossession of our peoples and our territories and the destruction and destruction of our resources. That is why it has led to climate inequality, economical inequality, races, and class. So that's why we believe that we will not accomplish climate justice without, first of all, accomplishing racial justice. We have more, we have a COP in Africa right now. We have one of the 10 most affected countries that will come from Africa. And what is the world is doing, and how are they going to execute climate policies, and how are the governments going to help us to adapt their policies, to give direct financiation to our countries to directly adapt and give us, and because we have given them the solutions, and the solutions are coming from our territories and from our cosmovision and from our communities. And I'm gonna start with Patricia. What is racial justice for you, and what does it mean for your territories?
Thank you so much.
Within the code.
My name is
That's
Patricia. My name is Patricia Sally from Fridays for Future Uganda. To me, racial justice is treating people equally, people of different races, blacks, people of color, Africans, Afro-descent, indigenous people. Racial justice to me is treating all races equally. Thank you.
Sydney, mean racial justice for you towards accomplishing on behavior funding for indigenous communities?
Okay, I'm going to speak in Spanish because it's our colonization language. So I'm going to empezar con un refrán que es Runashimi tukur Runashimi guanyurpica tuku runakunami chingarishu. Esa es nuestra lengua indígena del Ecuador, quichua, y es un referente muy importante para nosotros como quichuas, como personas indígenas, personas racializadas que vivimos y sobrevivimos dentro de una sociedad racista y que también estamos sufriendo sobre todo el tema del cambio climático.
I'm going to start with a phrase from my native language, Quichua, a native language from Ecuador. For us, it's really important to talk about how colonization and all of the issues are affecting us, living in a racialized, racist world as racialized people. And
nosotros venimos de los Andes. Yo soy una mujer indígena de los Andes. Mis compañeros vienen de la Amazonía y todos estamos unidos, más fuertes también con la comunidad afrodescendiente, trabajando con el proyecto de Black Indigenous Liberation Movement para poder ejecutar proyectos.
I'm coming from Los Andes in Peru, and
from Ecuador.
I'm coming from Los Andes in Ecuador, and my companions are from the Amazonian, also in Ecuador, and we are united with African voices to create this movement called the Black Indigenous Liberation Movement. That is a project. And
any more questions?
Y estamos aquí para poder alzar nuestra voz como personas racializadas, jóvenes que estamos emprendiendo en la lucha ante todo este cambio climático y especialmente las violaciones de derechos que hemos estado recibiendo en nuestras comunidades. Gracias.
And we are here as Russia to raise the issues that are happening in our communities of oppression and that are happening in our communities.
Hello everyone, my name is Majo Andrade Cerda. I'm from the Quichua community of Serena. I'm also working with the Haku project. And I'm here because, as you see, I can speak in English. My people in my community barely knows this language. They even don't know Spanish. So I'm here because they gave me the opportunity to be here. And I'm here also because I'm a woman, I'm the youth, and we need more of these spaces to speak up. If no one speaks for us, if I don't speak for my people, nobody else is going to speak for them. So I'm here for that. And as you see, youth around the world are being here, but indigenous representation is still lacking. Why is that? Why do we have to put indigenous peoples in the back? Haku means let's go together. Everyone is in the same place. No one is left behind. So that's our main goal in life, to be together as a community, because our indigenous values are those. And that's the reason that governments, companies, they forgot about this vision. Since they colonize us, they try to make us like them, to be assimilated like them. And we have to stop that, because that started climate crisis. That's why we have climate crisis right now. And main of this reason is because indigenous peoples are not in negotiations. Even we are not in the States, because there's a lot of discrimination, there's a lot of racism, and that's because of the form of education. I heard a lot of people here in a lot of panels saying that education is the form. But what kind of education indigenous peoples have? In my community, we have just one professor for around 30 kids. How is that possible? How they can get around and gather and talk about climate change, and if one professor is with them, just one teacher, with kids from ages from 8 years old to 12 years old. So there's no recognition of that kind of inequalities. And that's the reason why we are here, because our processes were a little bit different from them. I had the chance to study and to learn a new language, but I have to remind that I have my own traditions in my community. I'm still saying that I'm from an indigenous community because I'm proud of that. However, governments try to take that away from us, and we have to change that reality. That's why the Black Indigenous Liberation Movement is really important for us. So I think one of the most important things that when we gathered in last October was really important, because we realized that we are not alone. Black communities have like really the same struggles that we have as well. No good education, no good health processes. So we are facing this kind of things just because of our color, because of our origins. It's not fair. And now we are here because we are kind of the hope of our communities. Our children in our communities, our kids, are seeing us as role models. And if we are doing this, it's because of them. Because I want to have kids in the future, and I don't want them to struggle like I did. So it's really important for us that also youth from around the world understand that indigenous peoples, indigenous youth have to be represented here in this kind of spaces. And our reality is a little bit different, but we are here. We're still here. And I guess we form an alliances here. As you see, we are women, And still we have our hope that we can create a better future. Thanks.
Our work is intersectional, and I feel like our work has to be intergenerational, because in order to accomplish climate justice, we need to accomplish racial justice, and we need to accomplish climate social justice, and we need to tackle inequalities coming by economic inequalities, racial inequalities, class inequalities, and that starts with us. That's why we need the government to listen to us. I want to know, Patricia, what has been your experiences working with the youth and starting Fridays for Future in Uganda, and what do you think is the demand for you at this COP that is happening in Africa?
Thank you so much. As a youth, as an African youth, I have not got so many platforms to share my views, but I'm happy that this is here and I'm speaking. Back home in Uganda, as Fridays for Future Uganda, we try to raise both young women's voices and males, because we promote gender equality. Then as about my activism, yes, I began my activism back then in 2019, and here I am. So thank you so much, Black, Indigenous, and Liberation Movement, for this platform. And my demands for this COP27, since it's happening in Africa, I'm seeking for an anti-racial, anti-colonial, and an all-inclusive COP. We as young youth activists from Uganda and Africa at large, and the indigenous communities, for example, in Latin America, we seek to be included. Our decisions, our resolutions and decisions have also to be included in the final statements that will be made in this year's COP27. Thank you so much.
So, yeah,
He's going to speak now. He can speak now. I am going to introduce our co-worker, our fellow friend, and our fellow campaigner, for the Black Indigenous Liberation Movement, Emilio Chong, that is going to speak now.
And how do you, or are you there yet? Is it
¿Se escucha?
Sí.
Muy bien, buenas. Muchas gracias por este espacio. Voy a hablar despacio para la traducción. Es un placer estar participando en esta COP farsa, mentirosa y que no llega a nada, pero reconocer la lucha de los pueblos que nos organizamos para hacer escuchar nuestra voz, hacer escuchar nuestras luchas. Soy del pueblo Huancavilca, que viene frente al mar, que hemos resistido, igual que todos los pueblos que están ahí, Aichisi, Guarmipunas, que están ahí, mis hermanas, mis hermanos de la Amazonía, de Uganda, mis hermanos enracimados. Tenemos experiencia en resistencia y lucha en todos nuestros territorios, y cuando vamos a la COP, realmente sabemos que no se llega a los propósitos planteados, pero entendemos también que es un buen espacio para poder fortalecer y visualizar nuestras luchas. Los jóvenes, los adultos, los viejos, todos tenemos esperanzas en que se pueda tener un impacto en los gobiernos, pero sabemos que ni en nuestros países tenemos un impacto en los gobiernos. Más bien, yo les invito visualizar los trabajos que sí hemos hecho como BIL. Querían una respuesta de los pueblos, tenemos muchas respuestas. El BIL ha venido fortaleciéndose que a través del pueblo negro e indígena, en esa unión que no se ha dado por muchos años por por derechas dentro de nuestros propios movimientos, por egoísmo por dentro de nuestros propios movimientos, que hoy por hoy se están disminuyendo gracias a la fuerza de los jóvenes, gracias a la fuerza de las compañeras, gracias a la sabiduría de los taitas que nos comienzan a unir. Y hoy podemos decir que el RIL se está fortaleciendo no solamente en el discurso, sino en la acción. Y esa acción es bastante importante destacar. Gracias a los compañeros que están allá en el panel, pueden dar justamente claras señales del trabajo realizado. No vengo a hablar sobre el agua, de los pajaritos, de los árboles, de algunas cosas que ya sabemos, porque el público que nos está escuchando ya sabe eso, está seguro que lo sabe y está en ese momento crítico y importante de que lo sabe. Lo que queremos decirles es que nos podemos unir más y fortalecer esta alianza negra indígena con los trabajos. Tuvimos el último congreso en Ecuador, fue bastante importante, tejer grandes lazos y quizás en el futuro, en la futura COP o en la siguiente COP, tener un documento firmado por todos los pueblos negros e indígenas, unirnos para escribir un documento fuerte que tenga un impacto político para decirle a los gobiernos ya basta, decirle a los gobiernos no puedes manejar nuestros territorios como una mercancía que puedes vender en los mercados verdes, en los mercados de carbón, en las negociaciones donde tú te sientas a hablar a nombre de todas y todos nosotros. Es importante dejar esto en claro porque los que van a la COP no van a pasear. Los que van a la COP no van a tener el espacio para ir a ver las pirámides. Tienen mucho trabajo por delante, tienen mucho trabajo a nombre de todos nosotros. Y es importante que los que están escuchando esto tengan esto en claro. Nosotros, los que estamos al otro lado de la pantalla, por diversas circunstancias, dejar marcada la línea de que es hora de que nos unamos para tener estos propósitos. Y el BIL es uno de ellos. El BIL, a través de sus 22 países y 160 organizaciones en toda la región, desde el norte del continente hasta el sur del continente, hemos podido unir. Entonces, me siento muy gustoso de estar aquí, no quiero gastar más tiempo para ver si hay otra ronda, el tiempo es muy valioso en estos espacios, y más bien pongámonos a decir las cosas que sí tenemos, como apagar los incendios de Brasil y Bolivia, los incendios del Amazonas. Esos son trabajos de pequeños grupos humanos, sin grandes financiamientos. Hemos logrado apaciguar lo que los gobiernos no pueden hacer. Eso lo hemos hecho con los grupos y las organizaciones indígenas que nos hemos aliado para hacer. Como también lo que es la educación anticolonial, que lo hemos hecho también con el BIL. El canal indígena, Muyu, es un canal que está creciendo desde las bases mismo para poder visualizar las noticias que no salen en otras partes del mundo, que ni las grandes corporaciones, con todo el dinero que se gasta en estos eventos, podríamos hacer algo, comprarnos un canal internacional. Imagínense el potencial que tendríamos si nos ponemos un ratito y boicoteemos este tipo de eventos que además nos gastan dineros a veces innecesarios. Y no digo que no participar, mandemos delegaciones, pero ya hay que darle la espalda. Así de tantito podemos boicotear y al mismo tiempo fortalecer nuestras propias ideas de base. Muchas gracias.
First of all, thank you for the space. It's a pleasure to be in this space. We need to recognize the fight of the people and the communities that are fighting for their and defending their rights on land. Sisters and brothers from the Amazon, from Ecuador, and from Uganda that join us today. We have experienced in resisting in our communities. Oh my God. And when we arrive at COP, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, we have experience in our communities, we are resisting, and when we arrive at COP, it is a space to talk and
and fight. Our old, young, and people are all one the same. That our rights of our land are respected. So we are inviting you to, oh my God, to follow the lead of Black, Indigenous communities who from their land are joining and resisting, that even within problems like ego and stuff like that, and from governments have been getting smaller, they are still there and they're still fighting. Today, not only the discourses of the people who are negotiating for our future, we are still here, we are not going home, and even far apart, we are still fighting. He's not here to talk about water or birds or trees, but more about the stuff you need to know. We should unite and create change, especially you joining the communities, creating bridges and bonds, having and one of our hubs as a movement is having a document with political inputs created by Black and Indigenous leaders and groups that it's sent to governments and that it's included in the negotiations that are used to sell their land and their resources. The people at COP who are here have a lot of job ahead of them. That's something we need to recognize. And the people from the other side of the world, they are still fighting too, and they are here. 160 organizations have joined from the region in Latin America to ally and create 160 organizations and 22 countries have joined to create and talk about to create the Black Indigenous Coalition Liberation Movement. There are changes that happen by Indigenous people that don't need financing, like getting the fires in the Amazon stopped. The Indigenous people have been resisting and have managed to create not only that, but also decolonial education, such as radio and television movement. So there's a lot of hope and wishes that from little to little, everything would be changed and we still resist with the communities.
Throw it back to footprint.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Emilio, for your voice. I want to welcome our friend, Natasha. And one of the key things that we want to speak about this afternoon and our last word is how can we make a cohesive, integrationally way and we move forward as a movement with the Black and Indigenous Coalition to accomplish true solidarity for our peoples and for the planet towards climate justice, towards racial justice, in order to accomplish that and what we can do in order to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak on racial justice and intersectioning with climate justice. I think we all have to understand that without the intersection of racial justice and climate justice, there cannot be climate justice. We have to understand that we have to have inclusion and diversity to bring different people from different indigenous communities, different Afro-descendant, indigenous, and general communities that bring together one voice, that we have to bring a cohesive understanding and a human-centered approach where we all come together to know that everyone is valid, every single voice is valid within this climate action and climate and racial justice, stand. With that solidarity and that approach of oneness, we can then have a forward movement or like a cohesive journey, because the solutions are centered within indigenous communities. They've always had the answers to preserve nature, to preserve biodiversity, to preserve what our ancestors left for us. And in that understanding, we can only come together and have a single voice and then move forward to where exactly we want to see the future generations. So this COP is exactly where our voices are supposed to be heard, but we are not in the corridors of power, but we definitely are going to find a way to make sure that our key points and our passions are heard when it comes to reclaiming our languages, reclaiming our identities, reclaiming our nature and diversity, and seeing that we conserve the planet that we are on. So thank you. Thank you, Leo.
Okay, finally, I think I can say that for this COP, we want to the parties and to everyone to understand that for climate change, we should use a language that includes racial justice as well, because we don't want our children to be focused on how we can protect their nature and everything if they don't have access to school, to healthcare. So it's really important for us to include that kind of language. And I invite every one of you to follow what the Black Indigenous Liberation Movement and each organization is doing, because we are doing local work. Local work also matters. So it's really important to understand how climate change is affecting our communities, because it's not only about climate, it's about our rights as indigenous peoples, as Black people. So take into account that racial justice is climate justice. Thanks.
Yes, I am speaking as an African, as a Black woman, and as a Ugandan. So I'm speaking on behalf of our brothers from the indigenous communities and with our Black people, that we need to be included in whatever is happening. For example, here at COP27, we demand for an anti-racial, anti-colonial, anti-imperial COP27. So going forward, our suggestions need to be put into consideration, because we having a different color from our brothers and sisters from the global north does not make us different. We still remain human. So we need to be inclusive in whatever is being discussed here at COP27. As I conclude, we cannot have climate justice without racial justice, because we, the people from the global south and people from the indigenous communities, we are the most affected by climate crisis. Thank you so much.
Gracias por haber asistido a este pabellón y estar aquí presente escuchándonos a nosotros como jóvenes indígenas y jóvenes afrodescendientes. Creo que lo último que yo les puedo decir es que tenemos que apropiarnos de los espacios en donde se toman decisiones, en donde se escriben las resoluciones finales, e involucrarnos activamente con nuestras localidades para así poder generar políticas desde nuestros espacios y trabajar en conjunto con las comunidades indígenas, con los jóvenes, que son los que más estamos proponiendo soluciones para este cambio climático. Muchas gracias a todos.
Hola.
First of all, I want to say thank you for coming and listening to us as Afro descendants and indigenous people. One of the things that I want to say is that we have to take over the spaces where decisions are happening and where resolutions are being made. Also to ally with our indigenous communities to work with them and build solutions alongside with them. And work together with indigenous people and youth who are the ones that are right now are making the most progress and decision-making spaces. Because from there we can create political and actual action.
Emilio, ¿puedes hablar? Dar tu último mensaje.
Encerrados, que han venido luchando desde el inicio, mis hermanas de los Andes, que los amo mucho, y de la Amazonía, que están ahí. Muy de acuerdo con ustedes, hay que tomarnos los espacios, pero para tomarnos hay que hacer estrategias, no solamente nuestras participaciones, sino ir con documentos consensuados en nuestras bases para poder ir a hablar. Estoy muy de acuerdo que tenemos que participar en las políticas locales. Ahorita venimos de Ginebra, justamente se está haciendo con el presidente de la CONAIE, Leonidas Issa, se ha venido realizando justamente las demandas internacionales en Suiza, y venimos atacando en todos los pabellones, en todos los espacios lo que venimos dando. Es más bien invitarnos a usar las plataformas, en este caso sería el BIL, o muchas, donde está Majito, Majo Cerda, que también está representando a los jóvenes en varios espacios. Comenzar a puntualizar dónde y cómo vamos a atacar. Estar dentro de la mesa, no estar debajo de la mesa. Y si vamos a estar debajo de la mesa, joder al que está arriba, como grandes hormigas, como grandes yuturis, como grandes ejemplos de la naturaleza que podemos picar. Porque si nosotros y nosotras solamente nos dedicamos a hacer discursos y estar en lindos pabellones dando nuestra palabra, el impacto va a ser menor. Yo sí siento que el momento es ahora, la energía la tenemos ahora, las grandes constelaciones, hoy, eclipse, cambio, en Egipto, imagínense, un eclipse solar en Egipto justamente que simboliza muchas cosas, simboliza para nuestra Amazonía, para nuestra Sudamérica, para nuestro mundo, simboliza mucha fuerza y cambio. Es hora de romper, ir a las marchas, protestar, tomarse las tarimas y hablar y dar discursos consecuentes y aterrizados. Y para eso. Entonces, mi saludo a todos los pueblos que resisten, a las comunidades campesinas, negras, estudiantes, amas de casa que también están ahí, los jóvenes que están aquí, al otro lado, los viejos también con su sabiduría. Por favor, únanse, no solamente para poner like, sino que para salir a las calles, porque llegó el momento, es ahora cuando podemos hacer la diferencia. Saludos a mi familia que me apoya mucho, a mis hijos y bueno, a los hijos de todos los que vendrán si nosotros actuamos y hacemos un mundo, o por lo menos nuestras comunidades más defendidas ante ese sistema que nos está atrapando. Resistencia a todos, resistencia a todos los colores del mundo y bueno, a seguir en la lucha porque eso es lo que estamos. Y millón disculpas a la traductora, hablo muy rápido. Gracias.
I agree that we have to take our spaces, all of the spaces that we are provided, but also we have to create bold statements, not only in participations with size demands, because we need to be involved in the negotiations. We come from we are here, we're taking different spaces like pavilions, platforms, doing speeches. And we are delivering messages with punctuality, where we are always trying to be up in the table and not down. And when the person up in the table doesn't listen to us, we fuck them because we need to be in those spaces. The moment is now. The energy exists now. The synergy exists now, and it's the momentum. There's a solar eclipse happening right now, and that symbolizes change, especially now that we are here in Egypt for the conference. Is it time to break? Is it time to act? Is it time to take spaces, make speeches? And he salutes indigenous people, indigenous communities, Black indigenous communities, mothers, and asks them to ally, take spaces, and keep fighting. And he also salutes his family and the sons and of all of the people here that are going to come from the action that we take.
Thank you, everyone, for coming, for listening to us. Our fight is intersectional. We fight for climate liberation. We fight for indigenous sovereignty, and we fight for self-determination. And that will not happen if we do not work intersectionally, intergenerationally, because we need to fight for the liberation of all the people, for Black, Indigenous, Asian, all of us, because the climate crisis is now, and we need to act now. There is no planet B. Thank you for coming. Climate justice is racial justice.
Guardia, guardia.
We'll start.
Hello, hello. Congratulations. So moving on. Our program continues. We have some exciting sessions coming up, starting with Restless Development, who will be doing the Missing Majority session, which is a very interesting session related to climate justice and how the different efforts of the world are missing the majority of people. So yeah, I'm welcoming the panelists to come to the stage, and yeah, let's have the next session.
There's your mark. Your mark.
Okay, my mark. Hi. We should wait for the picture to be done.
All the panelists are here?
Yeah, they're there.
Cool.
1, 2, 3. You can come. We need 2 more mics.
2 more mics. Please, whenever someone finishes, long press
Turn
so
it
you
off.
turn it off. Okay.
So you can take a seat. It's going to be very interactive, so we hope you're here to engage as well. We can invite the panelists on stage. You can go ahead. Yes. We need 2 more mics. 2 more mics. 2 more mics. Should I ask them?
Okay, 2 more mics.
Yeah. We're getting ready. For those of you still settling in, welcome. Thank you. Okay, we can take a seat. We can sit down. All right. Thank you. And we need 1 more. Hi, everyone. Can I have a show of hands if you know someone who is not at COP that you think should be here. 1, 2. Do you know at 3? Yeah. Is there someone you can think of right now that's taking action on climate justice, should be at COP, but isn't here today? Sorry, I'm so sorry for those of you discussing. We started an event. Thank you. So as you're thinking about that person, we know there are so many people around the world who are taking action on climate justice, but they're not in the decision-making spaces. This is what the Missing Majority campaign is all about. It's about raising the voices of young people who haven't made it to COP, whether it be because they weren't able to get a visa, they weren't able to get funding, they weren't properly safeguarded, or they didn't get accreditation. So many reasons that make this an exclusionary space for young people. So today we're going to highlight some of those voices. We're going to share them with you. But just to give you a backstory of this Missing Majority campaign, it started last year. And what we did was ask young people, what is your message to decision makers at COP? What do you want them to know? And Aziz here with me and other young people wrote those hand letters and those messages of young people who weren't at COP and started giving them to decision makers. Up there, you can see there's a negotiator from Peru, from Mexico, from Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Tuvalu, Chile, Panama, UK, and this is how 109 people who didn't make it to COP at least got a little message to a negotiator and were able to kind of champion that message during COP. My favorite story was, this is the finance minister of Tuvalu, a country that is, of course, very impacted by climate change. And as soon as I gave him the message, he said, "I'm so sorry." And I was like, why are you saying sorry? We should all be saying sorry to Tuvalu for the impact of climate change. And he said, no, I'm sorry because I didn't mention youth in my speech. And I was like, okay, I take that. This was kind of halfway through COP. And the last day of COP, negotiators again were able to give a speech. And he mentioned youth. And for me, that was a tangible impact of that young person way in a country that wasn't able to make it to COP, whose message reached a negotiator, and that changed his final speech. So this is the campaign we led last year. This year, we're not running around chasing negotiators. We're trying to have a conversation online with whoever wants to listen to those voices of the missing majority. So I'm going to introduce our panel here, and they're going to share some of the stories of young people who are not in the room, and then we're going to have a conversation. So get ready to speak as well. I didn't introduce myself, it's true. I'm Inés Yavar from Peru, working for Restless Development, an organization that works with young people to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm based in Sierra Leone, a country where a lot of young people have not been able to make it to COP. On my left, we have Devika. Go ahead, you can introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Devika Chabra. I am representing Restless Development India. I'm a part of their Youth Climate Action Lab program, which is currently being conducted in Bangalore, India, which is one of the main cities in South India.
Hi, my name is Angela Zhang. I'm from the United States. I study economics and environmental policy at Harvard, and I'm part of the Restless Development Global Advisory Campaign that just launched. Super excited to be part of this, and I think this is one of my favorite topics to talk about, so really excited to hear what everyone has to share.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Aziz Abubakar. I'm a global shipper and also serve as the Partnerships and Engagement Chair of the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network. So nice to meet you all, and looking forward to an engaging session.
Thanks, Aziz. So you'll be able to see a QR code. You'll be able to see a QR code on the screen, which is how young people have been sharing their messages with us. You can go to the website, and if you know someone who's not here, they'll be able to add their messages too. We've had over 100 in just the first day of COP, so hopefully we'll have many, many more. But we also want to tangibly hear those stories. So Devika is going to share a few with us.
So I'll be reading a couple of the messages from the website. So here Grace says, "Dear leaders, you have no option but to take action to address climate change. Otherwise, change will change you. And us youth are ready to take up any opportunity to work with you because the future lies in our hands." Aziz?
Okay, so I left next one. So this is a message from Lane from
Try to change the world. Critical, yeah.
All right. So this is a message from Lane from Nairobi. So Lane says that for so long, young voices have been ignored. And when we talk about sustainability around climate change, when we talk about the future of the nation, but we disqualify young people's voices and their creative minds. It's time to listen to the young people. This is his message to world leaders.
So Alia here has to say, young people have rights to make decisions concerning their future, which seem to have been stolen by climate destructive actions and corporate greed. Young people will find solutions if given the chance to. We're not just asking for a chance, we demand opportunities too.
Okay, so this is another message from Abangar Will. So it says, since the beginning of the fight against the climate crisis, and it says that what are the expected results or positive changes observed? Is asking this question, and he said, what is the plan of the agenda on the fight against the climate crisis? He also said, as a future generation, we young people are much more exposed to the direct impacts of the climate crisis. Young people should be initiated much more into the taking action for the climate crisis. So that's a message from me.
So here we have another very important message from Joan. I think there's no country most responsible for the climate crisis. We are all responsible equally. From parents of a small family to the presidents of superpowers, we should preach impacts of damaging nature. Let the world, young and old, act now.
You can read those.
So here's another one. For long, the young people from the Cure Committee have been sidelined from conversations regarding climate change and the environment. Despite the changes in the climate affecting everyone, everywhere, we cannot refuse to acknowledge the existence of inequalities due to sexual orientation and gender inequalities, especially in African countries like Uganda, where I come from. I have had the opportunity to work with the LGBTQ community in Uganda close to 3 years, and never have I ever had the conversation about climate, be inclusive and taking into account the unique challenges my community faces. Through sharing sessions, I have randomly asked the community to describe their experiences with the environment and to be honest. It's only when we have this conversation that they even realized that they have a role to play and the environmental changes affect them. I want to conclude by saying there is a need to examine the intersectionality of climate change, sexuality, and gender beyond the binary, says Eric from Lifeline Youth Empowerment Center, Uganda.
So the stories you have heard here came through our website, but we also got a few stories, and you'll see them on the screen coming through, recognizing that sometimes with words we can't put a face or a picture to those missing people. And our campaign this year is highlighting, just like a missing poster would, have you seen this young person? Have you seen them at COP? Are they here? They were last seen doing this. This is what they were wearing. this is what they last said before they went missing. So here are a few.
So this is Jimran from Bangladesh. He was last seen restoring tamarisk and mangrove forests. We don't know where he is right now, but we know that the last thing he had to say was decide now to save the world. Time is running out. If you want to save yourself, you have to save the world.
Okay, so this is Tolu Benro, and she's from Nigeria. She's 22-year-old, and she's missing. She's missing from COP27. She's writing that a negotiation without a missing majority present is not a fair negotiation at all. We can't have a very fair negotiation without the inclusion of young people everywhere, of all backgrounds.
Okay, so next I'd like to ask you if any of you has seen Haniel Shabani. He's from Congo, and he was last seen planting trees in his community. We don't know his whereabouts right now, but last he was seen, he said, "At every opportunity, I will join nature and I will fight for Mother Nature because without her, youth has no future."
Also, I don't know if any of you have seen Rishma Ram from Fiji. She's 26-year-old, and what she does right now is cleaning beaches and planting mangroves. She's helping to save the ocean and marine lives. And our message is, we have to act on climate change now, collectively, and we're demanding that commitments be followed by concrete actions to secure a sustainable future for all. Without concrete climate actions, we can't help in fighting the climate crisis. So yeah, that's a message from us.
So now I have a video from a very close friend of mine who was also in Bangalore working in the same program that I'm working, but she couldn't make it to COP27. So here's what she has to say.
We're struggling with the tech. I don't know if they can see us. I will try and get the video to play. The video. While we wait, so that we don't waste any time, I'm just going to explain what we're going to do later. And we're a small group, so we're going to have an activity where we want you to reflect as well on how we could better include youth in decision-making spaces. And these recommendations, we're going to try and share them with the UAE government, who's holding COP next year. We're going to be seeing them on Friday. So we know there are people watching online. They can also share their thoughts, but we'll come back to that in a minute, as the video is now on screen. Cue the video.
You should be on the stage.
Yeah, but it's not working.
Okay, you say from there.
But he cannot see me. Okay, as you're having technical difficulties, I think, Angela, we can explain and then we can play it at the end. You can go ahead and
Okay. Hi everyone. Thanks to all of those who attended. I think that the permanent attendance in the audience is sort of indicative of how you actually physically need to be in this space in order to engage in a lot of ways, especially when there are technical difficulties. But we are trying to make sure that there's virtual and physical engagement in this next element of our exercise. So for everyone who's on the live stream, we'll try to pull up a QR code so that you can engage in the document. And for those of you who are in person, we would like to hear your thoughts and brainstorming how we can make the best difference in order to ensure that COP is more accessible for young people at next year's UAE event. So there are 5 different mechanisms we've identified as ways that young people are being failed currently in trying to engage in the COP space. First is a question of funding, right? So a lot of people who want to attend simply do not have the financial means to go to Sharm el-Sheikh, a resort beach town on the Red Sea. Second is a question of accreditation. Let's say that you do find a funder who is willing to back you and financially support you. That doesn't mean that you're able to go, because the people who are from the most affected areas are often those who do not have any passport power, which means that they have to physically go to their embassies and ensure that they get a visa. I think that this is criminal, and this also needs to be engaged with, so I'd like to hear your thoughts on how that can best happen. But let's say we have both of those things too. It's, I think, absolutely necessary for programs to include youth, but also to include safeguarding mechanisms when you do bring youth delegations. So I'd like to ask each of you to think about how many safeguarding mechanisms your delegations considered whenever they brought in young people to the space, because oftentimes there are little to none. But we need people, especially people under 18 as well, here in this space. And that's simply really, really difficult, especially when you have to add on a parent or some sort of guardian to the trip too. Additionally, we have questions of training as well as of accreditation outside of visas, right? So even if you can get a visa to Sharm, can you get a ticket to the Blue Zone? Do you have an NGO that will sponsor you? A lot of the people who are doing grassroots work on the ground are not part of high-level or big institutions that have the sorts of access to COP. And finally, in terms of training, let's say you do go to COP. How do you make sure that this is a meaningful exercise and engagement, right? Because oftentimes, literally everyone I know has told me that their first COP experience is incredibly overwhelming. There's tons of events going on. You don't know where the pavilions are. And I think that this is just very, very fair objections about COP. But you need to have sort of mental preparation. You need to have institutional knowledge coming with you to go in and make sure that you make the most productive space out of it, right? Because if there are going to be this many people investing in you, then we want to make sure that you're best able to represent those of you who will inevitably not be able to go to COP. And so with that, I would actually like to turn it to the audience and see if you guys have any ideas or best practices or engagements on any of these 5 steps. So on this screen, you have the QR code where you can write down ideas in the Google Doc, especially if you're virtual. But also, if you want to just raise your hand and shout out some types of best practices your delegations have done in the past, we would love to hear that as well. Or I can start calling on people. So yeah, I'll let it simmer in your brain for a second.
If anyone has thoughts, I have a roaming mic, so I can come to you and you can raise your hand. How can UAE do better in terms of youth engagement? Remember, this is tangible things we can actually propose to them on Friday. So it can, yeah, I can see someone almost raised their hand. Yes.
Okay, so can we? I want it to be like a discussion between you and I. Okay, so I'm Ghislaine Kenye. I'm a youth delegate for the UNICEF. And I just want to know, when you talk about children and youths being part, do you want them to come over, share their experiences, or do you want to have their voice being represented?
All of the above. We would love to hear it all.
Okay, all of the above. So I am focusing more on my main idea is having their voices being said. having their own experiences being incorporated and being carried along with these different representatives. I won't deny the fact that there are actually tons of people who have a lot to share, more experiences even than I do, that are there and they don't even know that such thing exists.
Memes is how.
Okay, so with that, I will go back to the main thing, which is like representing the youth's voice. So I believe, I don't know if you've heard of organizations like competitions like Map the System, organized by the Oxford University, where they bring up a problem in the community, and then they bring youth, they ask you to bring up strategic or analyze the problem strategically to come up with policies. I think that's a good way that we can have youth really having a full hand in these policies that they make that govern them. These youths are the ones who come up on the streets and then bring solutions to problems, but then they are not able to fully implement due to the policies that are being made that they don't even know why or where these policies are being made. So I believe that bringing up problem, making these youths to actually bring solutions to these problems will actually help the upper leaders have an idea of what is going through the youth's mind. So I think like being able to organize kind of hackathons where youth are being able to express themselves will be a good way of having the youth's voice carried along with the representatives.
Yes, thank you so much for that. I think that this space is sort of like an internal hackathon where we want to source ideas from each and every one of you. But also, once we do have those youth ideas, because I've heard of dozens of hackathons, we also need to make sure that the governments are accountable for listening to those and making sure that they're implemented if they are good, right? Because oftentimes there are consultations, but I don't think that's equivocating with consent or youth engagement at all levels. So making sure that all of those elements are part of it is definitely key. And one other thing you touched on is the question of like universities. And I think universities are a great area for youth to also engage and get accreditation and visas. And I would love to see more universities like Oxford doing that as well. Does anyone else in the audience have any ideas or best practices? Perfect. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello everyone, I'm Ryan from Hong Kong. It's my first time being here in Egypt and COP27. So really honored and honestly overwhelming to be here during the first day of COP. First of all, I would just say I'm very lucky to be sponsored by an NGO to come to COP27. I have been kind of trained to know about the logistics, what is going on during COP. For example, at least I know what a blue zone is like, what a green zone is like, and how me as a youth can really get involved at COP. However, I would like to maybe give a little bit of ideas about how UAE can do better at COP28 in terms of safeguarding for young people as well as training for young people. I think I had that conversations with my local fellows who also come to COP27. She mentioned something about like, yeah, maybe let's make a video toolkit for some people, for youths who will be joining next year or the following years, showing like maybe like a vlog about what a green zone is like, what is a blue zone is like, and what is the difference between those two, and what is the differences between like a side event and like a negotiations, how the format and how the template will differ from each other. Because I think when it comes to like an indoor meeting or even the World Leaders Summit, honestly, if you ask me what it's about, I don't have any idea what is going on in there. And I think we need some professionals, for example, people who are involved with the UNFCCC or even from UN Climate Change. They will be the ones who provide those accessible video materials to let the global youth know, hey, this is what is going on at COP, and this is what you can do before, during, and after COP. And I think those materials can be scalable, sustainable, and reliable, and trustworthy because they're from UN, right? So I think those kind of materials are absolutely necessary for those people who will be coming to COP and after going to COP to know what exactly you can do as a youth and really amplify climate actions instead of like youth washing us. Yeah, that's my take on that.
Amen. Thank you for that. For sure, for sure. I wanted to note, I feel like the obligation is on the United Nations to make this accessible. It is not on youth to have to research all of this material themselves. Like, obviously, we should do our research ahead of time, right? But, like, the bare minimum is simply not there. If you look up COP, like, there's maybe, like, 2 videos by Bloomberg News explaining what's going on. But, like, negotiations are very, very difficult. There's, like, very small article lines, right? And so we need that sort of baseline process process. And by the way, check out my vlog on this, so we'll see it. But we would love to see youth on the ground making content, but also high-level people making content as well. I think we have time for a couple more interventions. If anyone has ideas they want to share about how the UAE can listen to youth and make sure that next year's experience is more accessible. Okay. I also have a couple of thoughts on funding. So I think my delegation, for example, I'm with Sustain Us this year. One thing that they did is not only did they financially sponsor every part of my trip, but we're also getting a stipend on top of it for all of the work that we're missing out on while we're here, right? Because COP is a full-time 2-week event. All of us are missing school. All of us are missing our jobs. And so for some people, these jobs are incredibly necessary to pay off their tuition, their rent, to support their families. And if any adult were asked to go on a business trip like this, they would get compensated. They would get more than compensated for their time, right? But something about being a young person means that we don't get that sort of financial support in the same way. And so I would love to see a lot more NGOs doing stuff like this in the future as well, because our time is just as valuable. I could be working right now too, but I chose to spend it here, and I think that that deserves its own recognition as well. So keep that in mind when you're asking your delegations about how they can support you next year, because we are doing the work. We're the ones pushing for change. But yeah.
Thank you so much, Angela. And I see some people snapping or clapping. So just as a reminder, anyone can join the Missing Majority campaign. If you're watching online and you're not at COP, please do share your stories. We're going to do our best to share them during these 2 weeks at COP. And if you know someone who should be here and isn't, they can come next year, and let's try and make that happen together. Thanks so much, everyone.
Are you the leader of the group? My lady, are you the leader of the group?
Yes, I'll moderate them.
Your leader?
Yes. Thank you. Do they get my... Yeah, can we have this shared as well? When it's your turn, make sure you stand up. Also, can we maybe all shift in a little bit? Because Keith kind of looks like he's like out of the group. Beautiful. I have to stand here. Yeah. Okay, can I ask everybody to please grab a seat? We're going to get started in just a moment here.
You know, a crew out in.
What do you think? You guys want to stand and music or stay sitting? Okay, fine. Stay sitting. I feel like it's so casual. You're just like, maybe. No, they said they want to stay sitting. Okay, I think we're going to get started, everyone. We're going to get started on our presentation here. Okay, hello, welcome. I want to thank everybody for joining us to listen to these children present their ideas today. We are Decarbonize. We're an international organization. We have children from 70 schools around the world. We've been doing climate education and climate conversations for months, and the youth have developed a global youth paper that they want to share with you today. So I would like to welcome Talia from Egypt. We have Awana from Argentina, Lura from Kenya, Irene from the Philippines, Sean from Canada, and Ankit from India. We have a very great diverse group of students here. They've been preparing for this presentation. They're very excited, so I will pass it on to them.
Hello, I'm Juan Antonio Severamendi. I am 14 years old and I am a student from the Global School in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I have been in Decarbonize for 2 years now, and I'm going to talk to you about our journey and who we are. In our presentation today, you're going to see part of the work and research of the children around the world regarding climate issues. Decarbonize is the largest synthesis of children around under 18 research on action and climate change. Ahead of COP27, we are mobilizing to combat the repercussion of our changing environment. We, the children you see presented in front of you today, are only a small part of the students who put a lot of effort into Decarbonize. It's began with entire schools and communities participating in art, projects, and global video conference events. What's amazing about Decarbonize is it doesn't end with us, but but is a continual cycle of interaction and learning. This starts in April with individual local projects. Decarbonize moves into the classroom in September, and in December, all the work is condensed into the Global Youth Report. Who are we? We are thousands of children from over 60 countries and 5 continents. We have different cultures, habits, but what makes us one huge group is a purpose that we are all here gathered here for. Inspiring the leaders of the world to take action on climate crisis we face. During these 8 months, we were able to gather different perspectives, collect art and service from students from schools around the world. Hours and hours of online collaboration allow us to put our ideas into paper and express that we all believe could end up being a better future. With that being said, I am proud to represent Decarbonize, Decolonize.
Okay, hello, my name is Lura. I'm 15 years old and I attend St. Austin's Academy in Nairobi, Kenya. So now that you know what Decarbonize is, how does it work? Decarbonize has a series of activities that we complete from September to December each year. And each year we center on a specific theme. Our theme for this year was food sustainability and the links between climate change and agriculture. As our first introductory activity, we each created a food map with a calculation of the carbon it costs to create our favorite meal. And then we made videos introducing ourselves and talking about the carbon impact of our food, as well as what we can do to reduce it, both as an individual and on community level. For the next activity, we learned about how climate change is worsening food insecurity and got to research on how agriculture has been affected in our countries. We wrote blogs about our learning in this process, as well as read blogs from students around the world in other countries to learn about how climate change has impacted or is impacting agriculture in their country. After this, each school is partnered with another school from a different country to share a case study around climate change. Through this, we get to learn about a specific issue in our country and share the similarities and differences from a school in another country. For example, this year, my school and I researched on the severe drought that has hit North and Northeastern Kenya, as well as the Greater Horn of Africa. After our bilateral, we move into continental conversations and finally global meetings that give us a wider perspective on these issues. The Global Art Gallery is a space in the classroom that encourages creativity from us as children and to display our thoughts, ideas, and emotions about the environment and the impact of climate change. Here are some examples of the artworks that we've created throughout the years. In the lead up to COP, we come together virtually for what we call the Writers' Retreat, where students from around the world come together to write the #Decarbonize Global Youth Manifesto. This report is a crucial component to our call for our governments to listen and value children's voices in the fight against climate change at this meeting. Through a series of meetings, we brainstorm and come up with demands for our governments.
Hello, I'm Talia Varjabedian and I'm 13 years old. I go to AIS and I'm Armenian and Palestinian and have lived in Egypt my whole life. I'll be talking about some of the action we are doing, and some of which are climate strikes and peaceful protests. We are making sure one of the first thoughts being to involve children in decision making. Also changing our lives around to make it more sustainable to the world, and finally educating others to make sure they understand the concept of climate change so they can get a good idea of what we're trying to do. So I think that one of the most important questions when it comes to this subject is how do we turn learning into action? And our answer to that is doing what we can with what we have. It can be big or small, but it is crucial to show our concern about the current climate issue to the world.
These things can be as simple as changing our daily life choices for the better to things like participating in projects like Decarbonize. Examples of action in schools around the world. But what are some examples of action that we have done? Well, in Brazil, Decarbonize Youth started a project to plant native trees in the Atlantic forest in a square next to their school to fight against deforestation. In Greece, Decarbonize students organized a shoreline cleanup on a beach in Crete. In India, Decarbonize students worked with their school to install solar panels. And in Madagascar, the Decarbonize students had a biogester built at their school and now spend time every Monday talking to other students about climate change and environmental awareness. And finally, in Costa Rica, we had a Green Week in which we started a vegetable garden, and we also wrote blogs online about sustainability. There are many other examples. Sadly, we can't fit them all, but it is incredible to see how children have taken this knowledge and put it into action according to their country's own climate issue. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Ankit Suhas Rao. I'm from the enchanting and vivid country of India. I'm 17 years old and I study in the Hyderabad Public School, Begumpet. Yeah. Okay, the manifest. Right. In the lead up to COP, we come together virtually for what we call the Writers' Retreat, where children from around the world unite to create the #Decarbonize Global Youth Manifesto. This report is a statement to our governments, to our world leaders, to listen and value our voices. Through a series of meetings, we brainstormed and formulated our opinions and ideas into words of action. The themes I'm going to present to you today contain voices of countless children who put in their effort, time, and research, and the voices into creation of this manifesto before you. So if you scan this QR code, you can get a digital version of the manifesto. Next slide, please. Hello. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Is this all right? Yeah. Thank you. Right. Hello. Yeah. Now that you know our plan of action, it's time for our vision. What is our vision for the future and how do we get there? So climate change is a fact. And we know that man-made emissions of greenhouse gases have reached the highest in history. However, we believe that transformational change is possible. Our first step was to envision our ideal future and then decide what needed to change to get there. Some steps that we can take as an organization or as humans is food production. Governments, schools, communities, faith groups, and individuals must invest in urban agriculture and help strengthen the understanding of and the ability to undertake local food production. Green energy. Governments must engage in the switch from fossil fuels to renewable energy solutions such as wind and solar, and investing in their implementation. Waste reduction. As everyone would know, single-use plastics is a major contributor to the global solid waste problem. Through policy and regulations, there must be a worldwide ban on the manufacture, import, and sale of single-use plastics, which will lead up to the protection of biodiversity and will promote a healthy environment at home and around the world. Gender and other SDGs. Our future progress depends on achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals proposed by the United Nations. Women need to be supported to take on greater leadership roles. They are the most impacted and should have the largest say. Next slide, please. Agriculture, education, mentorship, and skill development. Community-based agriculture reduces the environmental costs of transportation and leads to more environmentally conscious forms of farming and food production. Education about farming as a profession and a personal endeavor allow for a shift towards improving the sustainability of existing agricultural practices, in a way that is beneficial for both the environment and the economy. Environmental and agricultural education, the importance of locally sourced foods, and indigenous practices of sustainability, both in our homes and schools, are the first steps into leading action. Skill development and mentorship are essential vectors for social and cultural transformation. The basis of all kinds of change comes from equipping young people with the competencies they need to succeed in an ever-changing world. Agriculture and new technology. Online platforms that provide informative agricultural courses create communities of food producers and provide space for farmers to share ideas, experiences, and seek any advice, and are powerful examples of roles that new technology can play in this traditional field. These platforms could be run by children and in the community as ambassadors of technology and communication who outreach to local producers and farmers and make sure they are well connected. Technology will be one of the strongest tools to educate the masses and to call out for action. Social media like Instagram, Twitter, etc. play an instrumental role in bringing about awareness among citizens. Technology in the agricultural field can be a game changer. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Bernard. I'm 17 years old, and I'm from Canada. I'm originally from Treaty 6 territory, which is in Saskatchewan, Canada. I am from Meadow Lake, which is the town. Next slide. So, as a collective, we want, in conclusion, we as children need to be involved on matters that impact our lives. We as children need to be invited and brought to these programs and organizations and projects where we can push our voices to be heard. In absence of government leadership, other institutions need to step up and amplify voices and actions to change. We're all responsible. The leaders of today must inspire the people of tomorrow, leading by example. As children, we rely on adults to create and make the decisions with little outcome. Education systems have the power to tackle our lack of knowledge and awareness regarding climate change. By educating more global citizens, we are ensuring our children today gain that ability to spark these conversations and ignite this change. We as students, we do not have financial structures or means to initiate our own solutions. We need our stakeholders to come up beside us and provide tangible methods where we can create to reach these goals. Support from governments and institutions have been invaluable in what we have already done. We want to continue creating change together. We believe that with passion for long-term change and in transformation and legislation, the power to fight for our environment and active leadership to move us forward, making our Earth a better place will no longer be a slogan, but something that we live by every day. Thank you.
All right. So hi, everyone. I'm Irene Reyes. I'm 17 years old from the beautiful country of the Philippines. And if you saw the earlier slide, you might be wondering, why are we already talking about the next steps towards COP28 when COP27 is just starting? Well, as you may know, children under 18 are a heavily underrepresented demographic in climate negotiations and decision making. And this is precisely why we are starting to make our next steps starting now to ensure our sufficient involvement towards, or rather in the next conference of parties. So as children, our primary course of action in anticipation for COP28 is to continue engaging on a community level. Impactful action, we believe, can be made through continuous active advocacy promotion in smaller units, emphasizing the importance of specialized solutions for these varying communities. Leading up to COP28, we also aim to prioritize making use of local governments to demand smaller scale legislative actions and accountability. Most importantly, our actions toward COP28 would not be complete without the collection of stories of our communities and their realities in light of climate change.
These subjective stories would influence objective data, effectively humanizing the statistics that we so often see in these panels and discussions. Another major step that we as an organization and as a children's group would take is to create the next Global Youth Manifesto. So this basically concludes the next months of work dedicated to evaluating the needs and visions of young people or children for climate. So just like in previous years, the work done in the manifesto will serve as the basis for the demands on climate action for global leaders, policymakers, and other major stakeholders. The issue of underrepresentation remains, and because of this, our major step towards COP28 would be dedicated to amplifying the youth voice to the fullness of our ability and holding our leaders accountable for taking action on these voices and on our demands.
As a collective, I would like to extend a thank you to Egypt, our hosting country, for allowing us to be here and present, and to everyone who showed up today, and for either Zoom or in person. We'd also like to thank our designated or our distinguished panelists and our honored guests, and especially my fellow youth up here with our leadership and our presentation. I'd like to thank you guys because we couldn't do it without you all. Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll have the World Cafe, where our lead students are gonna ask you some interesting questions. So we have 3 questions to ask you. We can divide into 3 groups and discuss about these questions, but you can move around. Okay, we could also have one group where we discuss the 3 questions instead of dividing into 3 groups.
Test.
Okay. Yes, one of the questions is, imagine it's 2050 and all of the SDGs have been achieved and the world is fully sustainable. What do you think we would have done to get there?
I imagine nature-based solutions and technological solutions being inspired by traditional ecological knowledge and equitable processes and inclusion of Indigenous voices being centered in these processes. So that's the first thing I think of.
Okay, it's a very difficult question. For me, I think, very profound social transformation is important for achieving this 2050 goal. Giving more opportunities and voices to children, youth, and all other indigenous and I don't know, all these groups we are talking about, and so I think this power structure of the society and the politics of many countries should be changed. But I don't know how we can do this in more details, but that's what I'm thinking.
to add on to that, I foresee many of you in positions of power making those changes too. And I think I'm inspired by younger generations, and I think that's where we're going to see the most change, because in 30 years, you guys will be the ones making these decisions. And if that's the case, then we're going to be just fine.
Rebecca,
Healthy soil, no fertilizers,
I don't-
pesticides, and so on.
I looked back and I saw a video of me. I was like, what's up? Question 2. Yeah.
The rest I'll bring for them tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so the next question is, how can new technology improve our relationship with food, eating, and climate start agriculture?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's the question I would like to ask you, all of you, because for me also, yeah, I'm curious how people think about these new technologies, whether we can solve climate problems with new technology. In my opinion, no. I think social transformation and social innovation is more important than technical or scientific innovations, because we already have solutions from technology or science side, but what we can't do is to implement it in a more equal and just way. So yeah, so that's what I'm thinking.
I believe technology, when used to elevate equity and allow nations and groups to reach a level of autonomy that allows them to address these bigger issues of climate justice, I feel like that's a really important role that technology plays. But also, that's not my expertise either. New technology isn't. So I appreciate you guys bringing up some of these new ideas that I hadn't heard before, and also, yeah, addressing the importance of the development of new technology to address these issues.
And keep doing together, students thinking about climate change and agriculture.
I feel like climate education is key. You guys address that. Like, you can't really foster inspiration and foster care for these issues if students and people are not being educated on these issues. So I believe the incorporation of climate change curriculum, especially addressing equity and traditional ecological knowledge with the perspective of Indigenous lifeways, and just the focus of expanding those educational programs among all sectors. So that could be schools, that could be companies, whereas like your new employee training, you've got to learn how our company does good things and bad things for the climate and how we're working on that. And so, yeah, I think education is really key.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Yeah, I also think climate change education is important, but on the other hand, also democracy education. So this kind of political awareness about equity and democracy is also important. Yeah. Thank you.